Okay. Good morning, board members.
Good morning.
I'm gonna call the Bamberg County School District Board of Trustees special call meeting to order. Today is March 27th, 2026. It's 9 o'clock in the morning. I want to thank y'all for coming here. I know some of y'all had to rearrange your work schedules, and then for us that's retired, I know that 9 a.m. is like when you get your best sleep, but I appreciate y'all coming here. I want to thank Mr. Ulmer, Jessica, and Devon for sort of organizing this. They did a good job, and I appreciate them as well. Let's all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank y'all. If we could pause for a moment of silence. Thank y'all. All right, next on the agenda is approval of the agenda. Board members, you got a copy of your agenda in your board packet. That it was a very big board packet. What's the pleasure of the board in regards to the agenda?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes,
I move
ma'am.
that we accept the agenda for March 27th, 2026 as presented.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion from Ms. Hurst. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Ms. Cathy. Any discussion? If not, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, and the agenda is approved. Okay, we're going to have Ms. Furr come and explain some stuff to us.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
All right, so in the manila folder sitting on your table is the actual times for each vendor. You see it starts at 9:30. If y'all ready, once I finish, I think the first group's already outside. I can grab them. I'm gonna let Miss Govan come on in. Good morning.
Morning.
How are ya?
Morning.
I hear you. Okay, so you'll see you have your times. Each vendor knows that they are allowed 15 minutes to present and then 15 minutes for questions from y'all. We have it scheduled out where y'all are seeing people from now till 12:30. We're gonna break for lunch from 12:30 to 1. We'll be back at it at 1:15 until 4 o'clock. So it's gonna be a day for y'all. There is a little bit of like a 15-minute break between each vendor to get them set up and to maybe give y'all a break to like go out to the bathroom or do what you need to do. The next things in your board, in that folder, are your scoring sheets. The scoring sheets are in order by the vendors you will see. The first vendor this morning will be the Bud Group. So for the custodial vendors, what we want y'all to focus on scoring is the transition plan, because that was where y'all were most concerned. What's going to happen to transition from us to them? What's going to happen to our employees? What it's going to look like. So we're giving you like some criteria. Review the policies, plan to incorporate for consideration, recruitment skills. So on the other side, we've got like a range. If the presentation is complete and it gives you everything we've asked for, and they know what the RFP stated everything we wanted. So if that's in there, they can get an 8 to 10. If their presentation included 4 references, the reviewer was adequate, it's a 4 to 7. And if the presentation provided just general information but not what we asked for, it's 0 to 3. But these are your scoring sheets. You score how you feel they presented to you.
But we only give one number.
You only give one number.
And the
It's,
total
0
is
to
10, okay.
10 is the most points they can get, 0 is the least. So you give them 0 to 10. Then, at the end of the day, we will take them back up and we will consolidate them with the scoring that we did for the entire RFP.
Can you tell me one more time? You said just by their presentation or by our observance and
All of it.
research of
So
this,
you-
the culmination?
So you, their presentation, but focus on the transition plan, because
Okay.
that is what y'all were most concerned about.
Right.
That's what we want y'all to focus on, and they know that. They know that y'all will be focusing on that transition plan. We didn't focus on price because that's really not what you're trying to do. The next set are your attorneys for the afternoon session. And they are in order by times that they will present this afternoon. Y'all know what y'all looking for from attorneys. We have services offered and legal experience. You know what kind of experience you want your attorneys to have. Do they have a lot of school experience? Are they new to schools? And they will present based on their experience, what they do, what they can offer. And then again, they get a score from 0 to 10. You give them one score and we combine it with our score. Any questions before y'all get started?
At the end of this, are we like coming up with a score together, or are you gonna take?
You
even
have a
average
score. We're gonna average
You're
the
gonna
scores
average
for the
them.
board
Okay.
when we
and
tally
add
out
it
the
to
score.
your average?
Yes, we'll add it to ours, yes.
Okay.
We want each of y'all to have your own score
Got it.
for each vendor.
And what we'll do is we'll collect them, Jessica will collect them, and then, the administrative team will do all that. And then they will incorporate, the score into the RFP scores that they've already scored. And then at the next board meeting, I guess you'll be prepared,
Yes.
Denny, to make a recommendation to the board. And I want y'all to understand, the reason that I felt like, especially with the legal services and also with the custodial services, is I felt like with custodial services, y'all needed to have some input because it may affect some people's jobs. And with the legal services, the law firm that represents the district is basically the board's attorney. So therefore, I felt like the board should have some input. But of course, there are some law firms that you probably not seen or not experienced except at maybe the law conference or the school board's conference. And when they give presentations, it is a very narrow kind of thing. So you don't really know what a law firm can and cannot do. So that's why I wanted this to occur. I hope that clears up any kind of.
And the point you made about the law firm really is the board's law firm. I think on the budget, it's listed as board legal expenses.
It is legal as board.
Yeah.
I mean, they work for the district too, but they work for the board, but
I just remember being shocked that we ran up that much of a bill, but it
Yes.
was really the whole
it's a lot of things in there.
Yeah.
learning curve.
Yeah, so, do y'all have any other questions? There are Danishes here, in your breaks, you can get those, and lunch will be here, and we will probably leave for lunch, let y'all leave, or either stay in here, however you wanna do it.
However the Lord leads.
Or however you want it. It's good with me. Are y'all ready for the first group? of
Yes, we
minutes?
are. Are we
Okay.
ready?
Yes.
Are you
Okay,
ready?
let's-
Okay. If y'all need anything from me, just call.
Thank you.
I'll be
Bless
in
you.
that.
Good morning.
Are you feeling okay?
No, I had food poisoning this week, so.
Oh, no.
I thought I had it last night. You didn't go to the Chinese restaurant, did you?
Not good to have food poisoning.
Julie, I like your hair. I like that little sassy chop in kind of thing. That is too cute.
Good morning. All right. Y'all come on in, don't be shy.
Good morning.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you? Thank you.
I'm good, thank you.
Good morning.
Hi. Good morning. Thank you.
Good morning again. Thank you.
Did I miss anybody?
No, you got everybody.
You made that seem so easy.
It's good.
Here you go.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Good morning, thank y'all for being here. I'm David Corder, I'm the board chair, and this is the Bamberg County Board.
Bamberg.
Bamberg, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, it's too early.
Definitely not a 9 o'clock.
It's too early in the morning. We are in Bamberg. And the reason I said that is I used to be a superintendent over in Barnwell County, and sometimes I get confused.
That's all right.
It's been a long, strange trip. But anyhow, thank y'all for coming. It's early on a Friday morning, and I know that y'all have a busy schedule and stuff to do, but we do appreciate y'all coming. I don't know if Ms. Furr gave you the lowdown. We're gonna allow you to give a presentation for 15 minutes, and then we're gonna have 15 minutes to answer questions. Our IT director, Mr. Ricky back there, is gonna be our timekeeper, and so he's gonna nod at me, and I'll politely ask you to finish on up. But thank y'all for being here, and please proceed.
Absolutely. Well, yes, thank you so much for having us. We are very excited to be here. As you can tell, I travel with an army here. And we just really hope that you see that as a sign of our enthusiasm at the opportunity to partner with Bamberg County School District. Now, we know that moving from an in-house program, especially an in-house program that has been that way for many years, to an outsourcing one can seem really daunting. And we know that a lot of this is about trust. It's about finding a partner that is going to take care of your people that are here today, and it's about finding a partner that's going to provide clean and safe and healthy schools for the students of Bamberg County School District. I want you to know we are not here to change the faces that you know and love. In fact, we are here to empower them and to give them the tools, to give them the proper management, to give them the training in order to be successful. So I want you to imagine this. School starts back in August, and when the students come back and the teachers come back, the buildings have never been cleaner. But the custodians are not just contractors, they're the faces that you know, except for now they're just empowered to do a really amazing job in your schools. Today we want to show you how the transition is going to turn into their greatest success story. But before we do that, We take safety very seriously at the Bud Group. It is at the core and the root and the culture of everything that we do. So we're going to start with a very quick safety moment. And this one's very easy and simple. It's about custodians as first responders. So when there is an emergency in the school, every single second counts and it matters. And oftentimes our custodians are the first responders. They're the ones that are in the classrooms. They're the ones in the hallways. They're the ones in the mechanical rooms. And so making sure that they know how to react in those situations is really important. That is why we created the Day Porter Academy, which is a specialized training for our daytime custodians, and it really integrates them into the school's protocols, the school's procedures, so that they know how to act and respond in case of an emergency, because after all, a school can be clean, but it first needs to be safe. All right, so when we were putting this transition plan together, it was really important to us to outline what the core needs were for the school district. And so through a lot of questioning, through a lot of listening, through touring your schools, we identified these 3 needs here. Now, over on the right-hand side, you will see the outcomes that the Bud Group has put into place that we are ready to execute on for Bamberg County School District. I'm not going to go through every single one of these, but I do want to point out 4 of them because I know that the 4 core topics that you're looking for today. Number 1, we are going to offer 100% of the current staff offers to come and work for the Bud Group. Number 2, we know that the selection of the manager for this program is key, and we're going to walk you through how we're going to make that selection. Also, we have brought Shawan with us today. Shawan, raise your hand. Hello. So Shawan is one of our account managers in Charleston County School District, and so we brought her so that in case you wanted to ask her questions or hear from her, and so you could see the professionalism that we look for when it comes to an account manager for our school districts. Policy and procedure alignment, we're going to make sure we know that the school district has a lot of policies and procedures, and our program is 100% compliant to that. And then the facility baseline. We've been in every single one of your schools, and we have built a baseline assessment, and we're going to walk through that a little bit here in just a bit as well. What we want you to take away from this slide is that we are here to provide a program so that your principals can get back to focusing on children and on educating, while also the Bud Group coming in to clean your schools and provide those safe environments, but also taking care of your current custodial staff. Now, we know that no transition is successful without a fantastic leadership team behind it. So I want to introduce you to our Center of Excellence. This group for the Bud Group is exclusively designed for transitions. This Center of Excellence is led by Richard Gibson, who is our Senior Director of the Center of Excellence. And your specific implementation manager for this school district would be Ed Poulin. Now, they are here, they will arrive on site 30 to 45 days before day 1, and day 1 being July 1st. They'll be coming in to make sure they are putting together the training for the current staff, making sure that they're putting together job cards, ordering the equipment. They have a whole system in place that they use to bring in, because we don't want to get here on day 1 and then start getting ready. We want to be ready to hit the ground on day 1, and this team helps us to do that. Not only are they custom and knowledgeable in regards to putting together transitions for school districts, but they're also very knowledgeable and experienced with putting together transitions for school districts that have transitioned from in-house to outsourcing. Now, supporting them will be our Area Vice President of Operations, Ryan Berry. I'm going to introduce him to you, and he's going to introduce you to his team.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
So I think it's really important to understand what we'll bring with the transition and how seamless that will be. However, once that's over, you need to be able to trust your local team. I'm the Area Vice President for the Low Country. I am local. I live in Mount Pleasant. I bring 8 years of Marine Corps experience with me. I'm a veteran. And the last 20 years in general and executive management in a service-based industry. So I grew up in service. I grew up in customer experience. And it's very, very near and dear to my heart. Jason Brown is our branch manager. He runs this division. And he's a 20-year Air Force veteran, and he's been with the Bud Group since he got out of the Air Force, running multiple large accounts through the Low Country. Paige Hembry runs our shared services team. Our shared services team covers human resources, office functions. They cover employee engagement, which is a very big part of what we do in the Low Country, volunteer work, and then they also support some sales and marketing in the local area. And Lavanya Brand is one of our local recruitment specialists. So this entire team is in this market, in this general market. You don't have a team that's in, you know, a different state that you need to reach out to. We're all here ready to support you. And then some additional support resources, Mark Thompson, who's our Senior Director of Public Education. Dixie, of course, you've met her. She's our Area Vice President of Sales. Travis, who some of you have met, is our Business Development Manager, also local. And Mike Simmons is our other branch manager. He runs a division adjacent to Jason's, but they work very well together when they need support. If we have some absenteeism or whatever it may be, we support each other with almost 1,000 employees in this low country market.
All right. So we know that one of the main topics, top of mind for everyone, is what's going to happen with our current custodial staff. And so we want to walk you through that. But before I do, I want to make sure that you see this picture down here at the bottom right. So this is a picture of a gentleman in white with the white hat on. That is Joe Budd of the Budd Group. He is our owner. And he is at Union County School District serving the employees of Union County School District. Now what's so great about this photo is I could probably show you 100 of these, because our executive team is very, very involved. And because we are a family-owned company, it allows us to be very employee-centric, which is why you see our owner out here with our employees serving them. And he would love to do that for Bamberg County School District as well. Now, what does this mean for your employees? Again, I've already mentioned it, 100% transition commitment. We're going to offer positions for all of the employees here. Now, the team that Ryan just walked you through, what's really important about their role is that they are going to come in. So one of the very first things that we will do is a meet and greet. And our whole team will come in, we'll do a meet and greet, we'll do breakfast, we'll do lunch with the employees, and someone from that team will sit down individually with every single employee. And they will talk about their pay, they will talk about what they're doing for the custodial program today. Do they enjoy what they're doing? Do they want to do something different with the custodial program? They will answer all of their questions so that the employees feel really confident about the move that they are getting ready to make. We will also offer them full access to comprehensive health care and security, so health, dental, vision. You can see here 401k matching program, flexible spending account plans will all be accessible to the employees. Now, once we are able to transition them, once we have given them the training, once we have empowered them, how do we make sure we keep them here? Because we don't want them to leave us. So we have put together a robust retention plan for Bamberg County School District, and it starts with this, a guaranteed retention incentive. So for every 6 months that they stay with the Budd Group, we will give them a $500 bonus for the first 2 years. So what that means is that every single one of these employees that comes to the Budd Group will have an opportunity to earn an additional $2,000 just for staying with the Budd Group. The second thing is our Dayforce wallet application. You'll see a picture of it right there. What this does is give our employees immediate access to 80% of their pay. What we were finding oftentimes is that employees, if they were in an emergency, they're going out to get a payday loan that's going to cost them 300% interest. Well, we don't want them doing that. We don't want them to have to pay back that interest. So we offer this program to them so that they don't have to do that. We have seen that using this program and implementing it over the last couple of years, over 40% of our employees within public K-12 school districts use this program, and it has increased our retention as a company by over 12%. So this is a huge retention program for us, for our employees. And then lastly, we have a lot of employees who want to know, what's that next step like for me? Like, okay, so this is what I'm doing today, but how could I do something more within the job that I'm in? So we offer the Level Up program, and this program gives them the training to go into account management and to give them the skills to be an account manager or a supervisor. And when they're ready to take that next step, they are trained and ready to go. So we hope that you see here that we are bringing your people on to care about them, we want to empower them, and we want to make them successful for you. All right, I'm going to turn it over to Ryan, who's going to talk to you about manager selection. You got 4 minutes.
All right, I'm back. So one of the initiatives that we want to bring to the district is a collaborative effort on how we bring supervision and management into your lives. So Instead of a unilateral approach where we hire the managers and we place them in the schools, we want to work with the district on the account manager and then with the principals for the supervisors in their schools if they'd like to be involved. The partnership that we expect to create is one of long-lasting commitment from both of us. And in order to do that, we have to be aligned on your vision and your culture and the people that we put into your operations. One of the things that we bring also, we're heavy into leadership development and in training, and we have a registered building service manager certification. The Bud Group has the most RBSM certified managers in the industry. And we're working to get, I think, 100% this year, right?
Yes.
About 100% this year. All of our managers are RBSM certified. We expect to be compliant with district protocols, SLED checks, tuberculosis testing, and competitive wages. And as you've heard a lot from us today, we value safety. Safety and security is one of the things that we bring into our culture and we want to bring into your district. And so we can be an atmosphere of safety, not just for our employees, but for the students, and a culture that can be emulated throughout your teams. District approved badges, and we'll also offer a tobacco-free environment. So given the time constraint, I'm going to kind of do a 30,000-foot view of our technical baseline assessment. However, we'd be happy to provide a much more detailed plan for how we expect to meet these goals. We expect to meet our expectations in all of the schools by the end of summer 2026. We did identify that the high school may need a little bit more work because of the extra finish on the floors, and we've already put in plan in place to be able to tackle that as well. So we expect to be able to meet your expectations and have satisfaction from you by the end of 2026. We're going to do that through our standard operating procedures. We already talked about the Day Porter Academy training and development for our day porters, and we also have forensic certifications for our floor techs to teach them how to use the equipment and how to do some of the more technical cleaning. Quality assurance measures. We have quality assurance inspections on a regular basis. Every week our manager is expected to do inspections, and they're recorded, they're analyzed, and they're reviewed every month. And then, of course, we'll provide the resources for the schools with high efficiency equipment and tools. Nothing's worse than training and setting expectations and then not giving our employees the resources to do the jobs.
All right, so I see the time, so I'm gonna move really quickly. Why the Bud Group? So I touched on this just a few minutes ago, but we are privately owned and operated. So what does that mean for Bamberg County School District? What that means is that we are not looking to be sold anytime in the near future. That means we are not on the stock market. That means that we are not answering to shareholders, we are answering to our customers, which really makes a huge difference in a community like Bamberg that is a smaller, tighter knit community. And speaking of our partners, we have many of them. So we service over 11 school districts throughout the state of South Carolina. A couple of them that you'll see are up here did transition from in-house to outsourcing. As I said, this is not a test case for us. We've been here and we've done this before, and we want you to see that. You can see this quote up here from one of our customers who is just raving about what this transition did and what it meant for him. And what we want you to know again is that we have the experience and the knowledge to be able to provide excellent service for Bamberg County School District while also taking care of your employees. And last but not least, the most important customer that you can hear from. So this is from one of our students at Kershaw Elementary School that wrote this for us. And I have to read it really quick. It says, "Thank you for your service. We appreciate you very much. Our bathrooms would be very messy without you." So I hope that this just really shows you that we really come in and we ingrain ourselves into the culture with these children, with their principals, with the teachers, and we are ready to serve. We're ready to go. So, was that 15 minutes?
We're pretty close.
Thank you.
Okay, so
Thank
with that, I guess we'll open it up to questions.
Okay, board members, do you have any questions?
Not a question, I'd just like to make a comment as I was comparing the different groups that, are also looking to this. I was impressed with the fact that so many of the schools that you work with are within South Carolina, whereas some of them that we will be looking at are not. So that means we can reach out and touch and ask questions if we need to. So I appreciate
Yes, ma'am.
that.
When you make a call to the Bud Group, you're not calling somebody in Texas or North Carolina or Florida. We are right here. And so that's part of what we feel like makes us a really good fit for Bamberg.
Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Let me ask you this, your employees, how often a month are they paid? Are they paid bi-weekly, once a month, weekly?
It is bi-weekly.
Okay.
But as mentioned, they do have access to the Dayforce wallet application should they need it or have some type of emergency.
Okay.
If not all of our employees choose to be retained, where do you go to find employees?
So, Brian, I'll let you
Sure.
answer that.
Okay.
A lot of different avenues. We work with a lot of community-based organizations. I love to work with veteran groups, just because I like to give back to the veterans, but our recruitment team goes out to job fairs. We actually will go out and meet potential employees in the field, whereas I think a lot of companies probably focus on bringing people into the office to recruit and interview. Our recruiters will go out in the field to meet people and to vet them and to make sure we're bringing on the right employees. So we have over 100 different organizations that we work with to gain employees.
And here locally, which is,
Is there time to add on that?
Yeah.
I want to just add something to that. It's one of the big differentiators of bike groups. I'm kind of glad you asked. You talked about, we were in South Carolina in particular. We try to stay close to our branch offices, unlike some other competitors where they don't mind going states away. But that's far away from support. Ryan mentioned we have HR specialists and recruiters in his office. These folks are able to get in cars and in trucks and go into the community. We'll go to churches, we'll go to their employment office, we'll actually go there. Some of these big organizations, and I'm guilty of working for some, they'll put things on electronic job boards and expect people to find it, and it just doesn't happen. We know that we have to get in the field and touch people to make it happen. People are not gonna come looking for us, we gotta go looking for them.
Okay, thank you.
I was impressed that you have an individual interview with each current employee. I think that's a great idea. What percentage of the current employees usually decide to move on and be hired by you?
oh goodness, do we know those numbers or?
It's very rare that they don't come on, right? They need the work, they're working because they need a job, they need to get paid, so we offer them, a job, so there's no interruption of pay. It's very rare that people don't come on with us. It's
Okay.
usually a very personal thing, and it's very rare.
Right, and I think that is a testament to us doing those individual interviews, because every employee that's here is gonna be in a different situation, and their, compensation packages are gonna be different. So we really wanna get to know them individually and sometimes we have found that the employees, they're doing a job and they think, they don't really even enjoy it, right? Like they say, this is what I do with the program right now, but I feel like I could really do a good job doing this. And so it's our job to identify what that looks like, and because of that, we pretty much bring over everyone that's looking for an opportunity.
Okay, you mentioned the compensation. Is it like if you've been there 5 years, generally you make X, and if you've been there 6 years or 10 years, you make X plus something? I mean, or is it totally individual for each person? Does it depend on the size of their area?
It is individual for each person, and that's part of the reason why we like to do those individual interviews, because we know everyone's going to be at a different level. And so what we don't want to do is have everyone in that group and open up to questions that may be some uncomfortableness for some employees to ask. They're just so much more comfortable one-on-one, and we can talk very openly about what their pay is. And then they are not going to make less, okay? We do not want anybody making less money than they're making today. The idea is that they make more money and then have all of these wonderful retention programs to go along with it.
Okay, you said that in the high school, in Bamberg High School, you noticed that they needed significant improvement, I guess you said? And that was primarily because of the floors?
Floor finish.
So that's a question of training, right, and providing machinery?
That's
Okay.
right.
Yes.
Do you find, if you feel that like certain rooms are never dusted or whatever, I don't think they're not gonna walk in and say, that room behind the gym, I never go there.
Yeah, so that won't happen in our world. So everybody's gonna have a duty list that's gonna lay out what they're
They
supposed
will
to
have
be
a
doing.
duty list,
So
okay.
they're gonna do a list of what they're supposed to accomplish, and then on top of that, right, their manager they're responsible to do quality assurance inspections. And the inspections are tied to the employees. So each manager's supposed to do 3 inspections with their subordinates each week. And they wanna do it with that person, not independent. They want it to be a learning experience, and they want to continue to grow. So we do it together, so everybody's got a shared expectation, and we could work on improving week after week. We find some of our competitors do with just in the room, and the rooms don't get better, the people get better.
Do you find that sometimes the personnel has to move from one school to another? I mean, like they say, I really don't wanna work with that person again, but I wanna work.
Well, we find that during those interviews that Dixie mentioned, those one-on-ones, sometimes we find that I live over here, right? And, you know, you're driving me across town, if I can move to the other school, sometimes we move people around just because of geographics. But there are personalities sometimes that they don't fit, but mostly it's, I'm traveling further than, I'm passing 2 schools to get to the one I work at.
Okay,
Well, if that's the case, we try to help them out.
I understand, thank you very much.
I had a question, like, what's the, I guess, training commitment for each person, like, coming on and stuff? I see that you have several different programs, and I saw you also have an academy, but is it like immersive, where it's like they have to get a certain amount of training, or they have to, you know, get through, specific certifications before they, either get a certain, are able to get like their pay increase, or before they get started, or how does that work?
Sure, I'll let somebody from our operations team, yep.
Jason, you wanna talk to that?
Absolutely. So we have multiple programs that we offer to our employees to gain certifications, forensic floor clear program, but none of that is going to be required to have before they start the first day. As we open up the schools and as we transition on, we bring in that Center of Excellence team that will provide all the necessary training on all the equipment that we have and that we bring in. And then as we go into our normal operations, we'll have a weekly training session with all of our employees that'll help sharpen their skills, improve their skills as well. Because we don't want to just pigeonhole somebody into just one area, one central duty requirement. We want to be able to provide them with as many opportunities as possible to grow within our company, whether that's floor repair, whether that's cleaning, or whether that's carpets, stripping and waxing. So there is no required amount of, or set hours of training that's required to go exactly to your question. It's an always ongoing training. We take that extremely serious here at my group.
It's ongoing and it's tracked. So we provide our training through Bud University, and it is tracked, and then we also are pairing them with supervisors out in the field to watch them work and make sure that they are taking what they're learning from the training and applying it. And if it's not working, then they get retrained and they go back through the process until they do and are comfortable with the job that they're performing.
If I could just add one more quick thing. The one thing that is required before anybody hits the field is their safety training.
Yes.
So that has to happen before they get in the field. Everything else happens on the job, you know, throughout, like Jason described.
So those, so I'm sorry, just to piggyback off of that, so those people, like, so are you bringing people in that are like training with them from the beginning, or they go, or are those people, or are our people going out to other locations to learn how to train?
That's a great question. We have a regional field trainer that's dedicated to this area that will come in, and we also partner with Karcher, who will provide trainers as well to train all of our people on the equipment. So if there's specific areas that we need to train our personnel on, if they don't know, our regional field trainer will come in, train them all on the new chemicals that we have as well. We have a day porter academy, which will actually come in and will train all of our employees on how to properly clean restrooms, clean an office space. We have specific cleaning training for specific areas of cleaning that we will assign one of our training managers with.
Well, after the initial training period, the day-to-day staff and employees will all be local.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
There won't be any Bud people on local, in the local schools.
I'm not sure I'm tracking what you're trying to ask.
All right, after the training period, everybody that's available to do the day-to-day work will be local.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, we will not have anybody traveling
That's what I was
from
asking.
Charleston down here to work at Bamberg. No, we will find your employees here. We hope that all of your current employees will come on to us. But yes, we will focus on the general area here to hire people out if we do have any openings.
Right.
Excuse me, but you do have somebody from Bud coming at least sometimes to oversee?
Oh, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. That is Ryan and
Great.
his team, the regional support team, that they will be here on a regular basis to make sure they're supporting that account manager and that assistant account manager. But that is why the selection of that account manager and assistant account manager is so vital. And I'm gonna brag on you for a minute. Let me see the book. So Shawan actually brought her supervisor book with her today because this is what she uses for her people in her area of her district. So having that strength in that account manager, Ryan and his team is designed to support that account manager and support that assistant account manager. But yes, they are on site regularly.
Okay, and you said, did you say you had little weekly trainings? That's like, okay, everybody, 9 o'clock be here. I mean, you do it during the regular daytime, right?
There'll be some opportunities, we can do it during the daytime, but there'll be some opportunities where we'll bring in, our employees after hours, maybe, especially if we need to train on like stripping and waxing. We don't wanna do that during the daytime and
Okay.
interrupt your operations. So we would coordinate that with your principals.
Do they get paid, do the workers get paid?
Yes, ma'am, they would definitely get paid.
And we feed them. We like to eat. And we would love to come in and feed all of you as too. We just really enjoy breaking bread together, so.
Do you have a pool of substitutes when people are out?
Yes.
And those people will have gone through the same training?
Yes, and, so I kind of mentioned, we have almost 1,000 employees in this, in the low country. So we're able to support anywhere where there's needed, and that happens at different times through all of our accounts. We have a flex team, that will support any open positions or if somebody's sick. So it's very fluid, but yes, we have a ton of support in this area.
We are surrounding you, I mean, literally from the low country to the mid-state. We have a lot of density in this market and have what we call, some companies might call floaters. We have those individuals that are ready in case we do have a call off or somebody that's not able to come in. And yes, they are trained.
What is your, I guess, what's the, flow for how you incorporate our policies in training for, what's for the school district, the policies? How do you,
So part of that 30 to 45 day transition plan involves having weekly calls with the point person for the school district to make sure we are doing just that. Make sure we are learning what those policies and procedures are, because even though we do service a lot of school districts, we do find that there are a lot of differences within those school districts. And so we want to make sure that we're aligned with your policy and procedure. And that's why we come in so early in the process, is to make sure we are learning all of that and that we are compliant and that we are putting that into place before day one gets here. But that's part of being on site so early.
I think all of our employees have to have a TB test, don't they, a time test?
Yes, ma'am.
Would that also apply? They would have to get a new one to start working for you guys?
They already have one, it shouldn't be an issue.
Okay,
Is that
I
what
just
is it?
want.
What is it?
Within 6 months.
Within 6 months.
Oh, within
So,
6 months.
yes, ma'am, you see that's part of our compliance and district protocols, is we know that y'all require TB testing,
Oh, I
and we'll
see.
make sure that that's
Thank you.
done.
You mentioned a monthly supervisory visit, I think you said, that was recorded and reviewed. Who does the oversight, or who reviews that?
Sure. So the account manager on site will be responsible for weekly inspections.
Okay.
Jason and probably myself for the immediate future will be here at least monthly,
Uh-huh.
Until there's just no reason to. But the idea is that at the very least Jason would be here monthly, but early on we'd be here a lot more than that.
Okay.
Okay, so you come 6 weeks ahead to start to really do your detailed planning. Okay, so that's in May, I think,
Yes, ma'am.
middle of May, something. And then, like, for example, the contract would actually start, what, in July 1st, is that it? But, okay, so is that on July 1st, is that when you're gonna do training, and the next week you're gonna do the floors?
No, the floors, the summer clean would happen in June. And I believe that was part of the
It is
proposal.
part of the
It's
RFP.
Part of the RFP. But summer clean and training and all of that would happen in June, getting ready for the school year.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't know that. Thank
No,
you
that's
very
okay.
much.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's
board
okay.
members, thank
It's
y'all.
the time.
Yes. Oh, is it time?
We're at time, yes. Time flies when
You
you're
can tell
having
we have a
fun.
lot to say.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Thank you.
Are you a teacher?
I was not, but I do have 8-year-old twin boys, so I have to be very teacher-like every day.
Very good, thank you.
Thank you so
God
much.
bless you. We have one that's got triplets over here.
Oh,
boy.
my goodness.
Yeah, she's the one who who walks around in a daze all the time.
That's why I
Let's
rolled
roll.
in so late.
I saw it in your eyes when you were walking in. I'm like, she gets me. She knows.
Once again, thank y'all for
Yes,
coming.
thank you.
Y'all have a good weekend
Yeah,
and,
thanks, y'all.
good luck with y'all's business. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you.
Appreciate it.
And we hope y'all like the placemats too. So
Yes,
if you
thank
want to take
you.
any notes on that, you can, and it
Okay.
just kind of keeps your notes about the bud group with the bud group.
Thank you all. Safe travels.
You know what, this is a lot easier to read than those
Thank y'all.
10-page handouts that some of the superintendent candidates have.
All right, board members, we're 10 minutes ahead of schedule. We're gonna recess. Is the other group here? Are they outside?
Do we have any information like, I was feeling like I wanted something else to like be clear about what we are currently doing also to compare to these.
What we're currently doing
Yeah,
in terms
like-
of
like
in-house.
Yeah, and like, yeah, some information about like what the in-house,
You
like
want
the
me to
supervision.
get you something like something in writing or like a chart of what we're doing, or
Yeah,
just
like, yeah.
speak a little bit of what we're doing right
yeah,
now?
if you could speak, if you could speak.
Well,
a
right
little
now,
bit
what we do is, our principal right now is in charge of his building, obviously, okay? Most of our schools have what we call a lead custodian. We know that lead custodian doesn't really have, it's not really an incentive, financially to be that lead custodian. And all your other custodians are under that lead custodian.
So you don't have a maintenance supervisor over the
No,
old
we
district?
don't. We don't have a supervisor over the district, which is what that group is talking about. They would actually have somebody over the entire district, and then they would have leads in each school that they have. So the leads in each school will be checking behind their workers, and then your district-wide person will be checking in on them too, so. And then they would have somebody, from what I understand from the bud group, would be coming in and, checking in with what's going on too.
So
make sure
who-
it's following policy. Right now, we don't have all of those supervisory positions in place. We do offer trainings, we go through Smith and Jones. Smith and Jones is who we buy our custodial supplies through. When we feel like there's a need, when the principals feel like there's a need, they'll call them to come in and do a training. So, they
And
do come in and train.
and who's responsible, like, are the custodians responsible for letting you know what supplies are needed, or?
The head custodian is supposed to be responsible for that, or what's needed.
And he's not compensated any more than,
Not, it's not what it should be.
okay.
I
It's
really like,
purely a financial issue is what it is.
I like the idea that outside eyes are on it, because
I do too.
sometimes when you're dealing with people you know personally and stuff like that, it's a little bit more difficult to address a deficiency or something. So to have some criteria, okay, you should do this, you should, whatever, to me, it makes it a lot more
Well,
objective.
It's also like when you're sick, you go to who? You go to a doctor, you go to somebody who specializes in healthcare.
Yes.
You don't go to a principal
Yeah.
or to an educator,
Yeah.
so it's,
True that.
it is what it is, so.
Well, the principals don't have time to zero in on everything.
Or the training, like this group does, or these groups, let me just back up, this is the group that I've heard. Also doesn't have the resources that these groups have, doesn't have the knowledge that these groups have. And like you said, our principals are tasked with instructional leadership, and it's hard to be an instructional leader in our buildings and also be walking around each classroom and checking to making sure every floor is swept, every floor is mopped, going through a whole checklist and doing that with the custodians.
It's a lot.
I think it's
What that
great
group
that
does.
considering this.
Custodian doesn't
It's
do
a lot
that?
for the
Ma'am?
principal.
The new custodian didn't do that? Like, my whole thing is, what was the issue? It's, you come and you tell us something, but it's never been anything that's in writing or pictures, or it's just, it's not clean and we're gonna do this. That's what I take from this whole thing.
Okay.
So, you have to present
Yeah,
evidence.
we're in recess.
Well, I think that we're primarily doing this as maybe possible.
We don't know how much it costs.
No, I know, but
Yeah, Tanya, it's in the front of your packet. Are you saying the cost of these services? Is that what you're?
Like this particular.
Yeah,
one,
it's
she
in-
said that
Oh, go ahead.
It's in what?
it's in your packet.
Oh, I didn't get my
The
packet.
price breakdown, I just saw that.
Oh, okay. Well, we can look.
Maybe go up to Miss Sherman. I got mine. She's got a stack of these packets with all this. I mean, it's literally an entire ream of paper.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it's
But
a
I
lot.
thought that the reason, I thought,
A lot of trees in that.
I got to bring my muscles to bring that packet home.
I can't remember, but we need to find out, like, what's the cost comparison to, like, how much are we currently paying?
That was not one of
For
our
you.
focuses, what,
no, Jenny,
Devon
I
said.
mean, no.
The cost wasn't an issue.
She wants us to be more concerned about the personnel, and I understand that, but I'm concerned because I understand that some rooms, sometimes teachers have to vacuum their rooms, or sometimes the trash isn't emptied, or sometimes there are rooms that aren't used much, but people go to store something in them with permission, and they have dust all over them. And, you know, that might be an area where the principal doesn't go all the time, and she probably thinks somebody's doing the job. What if somebody does? You know, I have kids and I'm lazy too. What if you don't do the job?
Your packet was sitting.
I got it, it's in my bag.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, I see.
No, it's,
Hey, Devon, I know that it is not really the main focus, but can you tell us what was the, cost that we were paying for, I guess, just in a yearly cost for?
I don't have that right
You
now,
don't
but I
have-
can get that for you.
Okay, perfect.
I can get that for you. I didn't put that in your packets because the packets were already overwhelmed.
Yeah,
Yes.
no,
Yes, they were.
Yeah.
but I thought the reason we were primarily considering doing this was because it's supposed to save the school district.
It should save us the money, and it also puts the principals from,
Yes.
it gives the principals an opportunity to focus more.
Yes.
Make their jobs
Classroom.
easier.
Yes.
Okay, good.
And I don't know about all the schools, but I do feel like, especially in the elementary school in Bamberg, where there's so many students, that I know that's a difficulty to oversee, just from my observation, to oversee like that on top of all the other duties.
What's in this box? What's in this box?
Donuts,
You're kidding me.
you can go get you some.
I didn't know I had donuts.
Sir.
Oh, yeah. You know how those things are. Thank you for asking. Congratulations to Bo. He's like really retired now, like retired and retired. Are y'all gonna do some more things? Yeah, I hope so too. Yes, yeah. Yes. Absolutely, absolutely. Yes, good, good, good.
So when I asked about all this score thing was, I'm thinking it's in all this, and I didn't remember seeing it. It was.
Yeah, it was. Right.
That looks good to me.
Huh?
I love these things.
Yeah, is everybody here? Well, here, I get you, I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead, let's go ahead and get them in.
I'm not ready for that.
That is water, right?
Hi, everybody.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Just got two of us. We're not gonna overload all.
Okay.
Hey, that's it's actually right over there. She's probably gonna have to. That's fine. How y'all doing this morning?
We're good.
Greg, how are you?
Now that we're awake, we're good.
Speak for
We
yourself.
brought you coffee. Sorry, that's my mistake. Brought you some coffee down there. Do you have your cards?
This is what, and she has, this is HES.
Oh, was that in our packet? Was that in our packet?
Yeah, this something that each group.
I just got my packet this morning.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Whoops, sorry. Hi, John.
They are, I'm sure. It's the packaging and everything. Gary gets these for marketing runs all the time. I'm very familiar with the boxes. Everybody loves reading. They do. I mean, business must be good, right?
Have a microwave.
Probably so.
Okay, we ready? Okay. Would like to thank y'all for coming. I know that y'all have busy schedules and it's a Friday, and I'm sure you're thinking about the weekend, as certainly we are. But we do appreciate you coming. This is the Bamberg County School Board, and I'm David Corder. I'm the chair. I don't know if Ms. Furr has sort of given y'all the ground rules. We're gonna let y'all present for 15 minutes, and then the board's gonna have 15 minutes to answer questions, because we do have a pretty long agenda today. And Mr. Ricky back there, our IT director, he's gonna be our timekeeper. But once again, thank y'all, and y'all may proceed.
Thank you all very much. So our team is Interstate Premier. I'm John Law. I'm the Vice President of Solution Development.
I'm Lauren Miller, and I help with the vendors.
So we're going to kick it over. I just want to thank you all. We'll try to ram through these really quickly. We're going to talk a little bit about our company briefly, and then we'll get into some transition items and kind of take you from the beginning of transition all the way through so you're comfortable. And then we'll get into our solution, because we feel like we have a great solution for you all that we can offer through our autonomous robotic solution.
We are a family-owned company, and our brand is built on the commitment to our customers. We are 100% self-employed, so we do not subcontract at all, which will allow us to adapt quickly to any of the changing needs as we go.
Could you use the microphone, please?
A microphone?
Or I'll turn my hearing aid on. Okay, I'll turn my hearing aid. Thank you.
So something that sets us apart from other companies is our core values, and we have very strong core values here at Interstate, and those are focus, accountability, motivation, integrity, loyalty, and you. And these core values really help us to ingrain that we like to promote hard work and our work ethic and reward a job well done. Here at Interstate, we like to promote careers rather than jobs. We've had many employees that we take pride in that have gone from cleaners to leaders over the years, and they have been with us for 10, 15, 20, and some even 25 years.
Now I'm going to dive in a little bit about Interstate, and as Lauren said, it really is about careers, not just jobs. Right, we want our employees to get the training, the learning, the education. We really want to train them on every aspect, and also discuss with them what their career paths are. But here's a little overview of Interstate Premier. So we are in 42 states, which was growing organically. We've been taken with national partners like Home Depot, Chick-fil-A, things along that, customers along those lines. But what's really important here is we are cleaning 121 educational facilities to date right now. And overall, locally in South Carolina, we have 500 plus employees throughout South Carolina. And you guys have a great location for us. We might be headquartered in Pennsylvania, but overall, some of our strongest operations are South Carolina and Georgia. So overall, we have an office, a local office in Charleston, South Carolina, and our Southeast region office is located in Atlanta, Georgia. So you are gonna have a robust team as far as management and leaders. And our rockstar recruiter is in the Southeast team. I wish she was able to go everywhere, but she is one of our rockstar recruiters with frontline staff, bilingual, really does a great job with training the team and also working with the team. So you get the benefit of Miss Kathy, she's great. Here is our leadership team. Now what's great about a woman-owned family business is you have access to all of us. This isn't, hey, we're here for a day and then we're out the next day and you're gonna be stuck with whatever leadership team is here. You will have the cell phone of every single person on this list, and we do have a dedicated vertical to education, so our management team is all 100 years plus combined with all of us, myself included, focus on education. So K-12 and higher education has been our focus. So Dave leads, Anthony and Sergio, they're all people that have focused in education throughout their careers as far as cleaning services. Now, as far as transition plan, we're just gonna take you from kind of start, imaginary award, we get an award, this is how we're gonna do it. So we're really big on technology and innovation, right? We figured out collaboration and making sure we can communicate effectively, but also drop a process and hold everybody accountable is something that's critical for a successful transition. So we have this program, it's a project management system, it's called Monday.com. What we do is from day one of award, we collaborate with you on what's most important to you throughout the transition, what key items we need to hit on, as well as all of our 150 typical tasks that we put in as far as ordering supplies, recruitment of employees. We know that with an in-house conversion like this, it really is about taking care of the community and your staff, right? So how that looks, who you want to keep, who's in good standing, how we can do that, and we'll show you later with our solution how we provide flexibility that's unmatched to any other competitors in the marketplace right now. We'll go next. We also ongoing have weekly huddles. So our team is doing this with our client delivery specialists. We do have a team of client delivery. They hold us accountable to this every step of the way from day one being a word transition. We will have a weekly reoccurring call to make sure we are on the same page with you all or your stakeholders, whoever wants to be involved in the process of the transition. We'll be communicating with you every single week. You will know where we are with hiring of staff. You will know where we are with benefits, everything throughout ordering, supplies, delivery, all of it is communicated. We want to make sure that it is a collaborative effort, that we're all working together, but we're doing our part and holding ourselves accountable. Now, training is a huge part. So after we hire the staff, it really does, before we step in the buildings day one, we have a robust training program. It's called Interstate University. It's a proprietary platform. We can put in any additional training that you all might require as far as anything education-based. We do have some school districts that ask for specialty cleaning, specialty overall, how they want their process to be. We actually use AI to plug those into this system, and it allows us to focus on what's important to you, but also what's important to our cleaners to advance their career path and also address with us what it is that they're looking to do. So it's not just cleaning practices and safety, right? It's also hospitality, it's also customer service. It's a very robust platform. So whatever they're looking to do, it really opens up their field with our, so once again, that theme of creating careers, not jobs. Then from that moment on, we'll have management teams on site. We'll get accountability schedules set up. So everybody, all stakeholders, principals in the buildings, anybody on the facilities team, day porters, your own on-site team, they're gonna know what our team is doing day to day, right? That's important, but it's also important that we can hold our cleaners accountable. These will be posted on every janitor cart. These will be posted in every janitor closet. It's also important for coverage, right? So when we have absenteeism, whoever's covering, which will be cross-trained staff, we actually built that into our staffing model. They will be able to know exactly what they need to do as far as what they're covering, right? We want it to be clear and concise, we want no confusion, we don't want misses. So we'll show in our solution in our program how we make sure that doesn't happen. Now, work happy culture. We are all about family people. We want our employees to be a part of the family, just like I'm sure you all as cleaners are a part of your family, right? It's part of the district. So at the end of the day, we treat all of our employees to rewards and recognitions. If we get good comments back from our customers, they get a gift card, right? If we need to bring somebody on that you guys really want on, we're gonna have a sign-on bonus. It's really about taking care of the people, right? At the end of the day, they're gonna be recognized. We have monthly reward programs. We make sure that our staff is taken care of because it's a very thankless job, right? So it's really important that we show them that the company and the district cares about them, right? It's important for their productivity and how well they do for you and your students. Now, here's proven consistency. So we do have Beaufort County schools, right? And it's a little bit of a unique situation because Beaufort County separates into 3 zones, and they have a different vendor for every zone, right? We're not gonna call out the other vendors that are involved. We'll just talk about ourselves here. But these are directly from our customer side. They do a monthly, how's retention going, how's quality. So you'll see how we stack up. And this is just right down the road, an hour and a half, right? So our retention rate, 6-month retention rate, 98%. That really goes to our work happy culture. It's really about taking care of our people and making sure they're happy with what they're doing. And then you'll also see deficiencies. So throughout that 6-month period, we have no deficiencies. We're gonna show you how we're able to do that through innovation, okay? Now, it's really about post-transition. How do we drive the service? We monitor it all, once again, through Monday.com, which also houses our inspection software. And we share that with any stakeholders on the team as far as a dashboard. So you can hold us accountable. Hey, you're not doing the inspection, right? You will be able to hold us accountable and we will do the inspections, right? We have to, because our KPIs and the increases are all based on them performing the tasks that they have in front of them, our team, our management team, and they're all gonna be equipped with this on their cell phones and or their personal laptops. Now here's just some commitments. We've done a lot of in-house transitions, experienced a lot of different ways of doing it, right? And you know, one thing that has made it very successful for us is right before school starts is having a community day where everybody gets to meet our team, the management team, the staff, making sure everybody feels comfortable and understands what's going on, that we're not trying to eliminate jobs. We're actually just trying to be a part of the family, the district family, right? And so it's really important for us to have that. If you guys would be willing, we would love to share with your community, your principals, what we do, why we're doing it, how we're doing it, right? So they understand that we're not in here just trying to take money, be a contractor. We want to be a partner, okay? The other thing I just want to touch on is you're going to see that cross-trained staffing for absenteeism. That's going to be an important part of our solution that we get to once we get to those slides. And proactive communication, that never stops. So our team's always going to be communicating with your team on any issues we have, any issues you have, and always frequent check-ins. So we have quarterly business reviews, but that 30, 60, 90, we're in touch every single week, right? Making sure that we're driving everything home. Next slide. So here's our staffing model, and what makes us different is really we have a thoughtful approach to how we're gonna actually implement the cleaning, right, on your site. So it really is a value-driven approach. Now, for in-house conversions, it's important that you have financial flexibility, but also have flexibility within your program, right? Because we don't know right now exactly what you guys want to do with your current staff, right? We don't know who is in good standing, who isn't. That's information that we can work on together and collaborate with. This staffing model, we make sure that we have a minimum wage of $15 an hour in, okay? We have a leader on every single site, so a working supervisor on every site, and then the management team we request. Leadership is going to be throughout this, and average wages are going to be well above market, right? So when we work together on anybody that you might want to bring on, benefits, things you want to keep as far as honoring pension, anything as far as taking care of cleaners that have worked hard for you that maybe can't transition to the day staff, we're gonna be able to work with you and negotiate with you. So through our robotics program, which you have 3 schools that are perfect for floor scrubbing robotics. So the high school, the elementary school, and the OLR campus, they're perfect for it. They're really good. They have open runways as far as hallways, which is where the robotics shines, and we'll show you some video on the robotics. This is an estimated productivity, and honestly, this is conservative, and we'll show you how. And we'll show you statistics of actual robotics that are in other districts that we serve. But we're offering you a $900,000 program value as far as productive hours, management, wages. But we're able to offer it because of robotics for $780,000. So the value there, that discrepancy, is where we can negotiate on anything that you want to when it comes to taking care of your staff and how you want to transition your staff. That is critical because it really is about your community. It's about knowing that you guys are stewards of the employees that have worked here for years, but also understand that they have a career path now and they have a team that really cares about them and a company that really cares about them. And we have the flexibility to work out to where financially it works for them too. We'll go next. This is just a good example of our management tools. We want to make sure our management team is equipped with the latest technology. They can get notified if somebody isn't on site, if somebody hasn't punched in, so we can quickly get somebody over to cover, right? So unplanned absenteeism is a big problem in any facilities you clean, right? It's trying to cover that frantically. No, we get notified if somebody doesn't come in, and we have built-in 2 part-timers built in that are working, that are actually working day-to-day, Monday through Friday, that can adjust, right? And on fully staffed days, they're doing disinfecting on high-touch points to take care of your students and make sure that there is no spread of disease, right? But this is really cool. It's a really good example of kind of the flow of our management team, where they're enabled with technology, how they're doing inspections throughout the process, and how they're actually spending time with team members, not just sitting in an office, but actually out with the team, performing the inspections, doing on-site training, and actually doing one-on-one in-person training, which is critical to actual development of staff. Now, like I told you, I promised I was gonna get you stats on the robotics. So, this is Whitehall Copley School District, okay? We didn't use Buford because we only use them in the high schools there. We wanted to give you a good example of high school, middle school, and elementary school, how it works in various schools based on square footage. So, and we only got 2 more slides, we good?
You're out of time, actually.
Oh. Okay.
Go ahead, just very quickly, please.
Okay. So you'll see, so these are the high school on a week, and this was just Monday through Thursday. You'll see this was just a couple weeks ago. 200,000 square feet of floors cleaned, all autonomous. That's freeing up the actual staff to focus on classrooms, restrooms, disinfecting, things that matter and often get missed in other programs, right? And then for elementary schools, you'll see, this is a 75,000 square foot elementary school. It's getting 41,000 average productivity as far as floor scrubbing, cleaning hallways. It's focused on large space areas. Here's a video of the robotics, just so you can see it's very nimble. Students that we have these in, they actually like to name the robotics and have fun with it. On the community days, we share it and let it run around so teachers, staff can actually see it go and prove a concept. And if there is a harder spill, it actually will stop on that, it'll detect it, it'll stop on that and make sure it gets up, right? So it's a great tool. Really, this is our last slide. For us, it's really about what works best for you all as a district, right? That's how we're gonna be successful in any transition, is you know your people, you know your staff. What works best for you, we're here to be flexible and do whatever is necessary to make sure that this is a successful and seamless transition from day one.
Right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, board members, do you have any questions?
Questions. How many public schools in South Carolina do you all serve?
Currently just Buford County Public Schools.
Okay. Do you have I think I understood that you did a pool of substitutes, or is it just the 2 that are?
So we have 2 floating part-timers on the night shift,
Okay.
so they can cover anything. So events, instead of billable expenses to cover a football game or something along those lines, we can use those floaters so you guys aren't spending extra dollars on event pickup.
Gotcha.
Okay.
How do you, tell me how you're gonna interact with who we currently are employing.
See, that's the most important part, right, is understanding, first of all, who's in good standing. Who are the individuals that you wanna take care of that might not be able to take a position elsewhere in the district, that you would be coming over, because it affects their lives, right?
Right.
So overall, it really is about where do you wanna go with your career, what do you wanna do here, what do you already do here, how long have you been here?
Well, how do you find that out?
We would ask to speak with them after award. So post-award, we would ask to have one-on-one interviews with each cleaner and give them the first choice of any positions that we offer. And then we work with you on any negotiation that needs to go above that. If somebody makes more than what we're offering or has a longer-term pension or something along those lines that they wanna keep, maybe they have 6 weeks vacation. Let's work together and figure out a way to make that work. We feel like our flexibility with the robotics and some of the savings will allow some of that flexibility from both sides. It's a collaborative effort.
And is there one robot in each school?
One in all schools except the middle school. Middle school, it's not great for. We want to make sure we maximize the efficiency of the robotics.
Okay.
Can you talk a little bit about your compensation and benefits plan
Yeah,
for the employees?
So typically in what we built in was standard benefits for all full-time employees. Okay, that's what we built in. Standard benefits are single all the way to family medical plans. It's about a 70-30 match, so it's not quite as good as the district benefits. But we do have other districts we've worked with on in-house conversions where we've worked on financially figuring out to where we can offer benefits that are higher caliber, something to match what they're currently getting. So we do work with districts that we've done similar transitions with to do that. Our plan here has minimum wage $15 an hour across the board for any first year inexperienced cleaner. Your wall's cleaner, anybody that would be transitioning over, they would get a sign-on bonus, that's built in. And then we would also be able to hopefully match wages. We don't know if somebody might be at $25 an hour, we didn't really put that in the budget, so we would have to work with you on things along those lines. But the project team's all making over $17 an hour, the supervision team's all making over $19 an hour.
And is there a supervisor?
Each location.
I'm sorry?
Each location has a working supervisor.
And it's somebody from, that is here, it's not from your company that comes?
It'll be our team, but it can be if you guys have supervisors or leads that are currently on your staff that you feel would be great for that role, they can apply for that position, and they would have first rights to it as long as they qualify.
Okay. I have a question. You had a slide talking about your proven consistency chart, and you talked about quality. How do you measure quality of the work?
Yeah, so that Monday.com system has a quality assurance program, so we actually plug in all your specifications by building, and we'll map out as we're pre-transition when our management team's coming around doing the accountability schedules. They will go around and actually to the actual spaces and specifications, create the actual plan for specific to each building. So each building will have a customized floor plan, and it'll be inspections, and inspections are supposed to be done by the supervision team the last 2 hours of their shift in every building every night.
Okay.
And the beauty of the robotics is it allows us to do that team cleaning, so the supervisors are actually with the staff and behind the staff as they're doing the work in the classrooms, horizontal vertical surfaces, and making sure all the floors get done. And trash.
What is the average number of employees you would, put in our schools, knowing the size and the,
I believe our total FTE equivalent, so with the robotics, I believe it was 19.5. Right. 18.25.
and that would be split amongst all the schools?
Yep, so this.
Like, say everybody, you're there on Monday, so you'd have those 18, 19 people dispersed throughout the,
They'll have assignments, so like the high school here will have 12 night hours, so it'll be a full-timer with a part-timer. Then you'll have a floor tech and robotics specialist on that with a supervisor, working supervisor. So you can see how it lays out. And then we do have the account manager and assistant manager. They're not doing as much productive cleaning, right? But they are gonna be involved in the training, quality assurance every single night. And that allows a lot of flexibility within our program. and then you'll see where the robotics are.
Yeah.
We can send you this as well, so you.
I think it's in what's the like training like going to be for them coming in? Like, what's the I guess time frame for like once you're onboarding people, if you plan to retain everyone that we have, and do they learn the Monday.com, or is that just for the supervisor?
The Monday.com is for the supervisors. The accountability schedules is actually worked on with everybody and based on how we're cleaning and how we guys are cleaning the building, right? When you have robotics, team cleaning is always the best way because it's high productivity, right? It's high cleaning and everybody's accounted for, so you're actually seeing everybody do the job with the supervisor behind them. So you're seeing the floors and trash get done. You're seeing the horizontal vertical surfaces and dust get done, right? You're actually seeing all that get done while the robotics is just going up and down the hallways, right? So it allows us to really focus on our team and have no wasted productivity. Oftentimes, other vendors will do zone approach where, hey, you're doing this side of the school, you're doing this side of the school, and it's up to the cleaner, right? And then any deficiency that's coming through is if the supervisor catches it before the teachers and students come to school the next day, right? This program allows us to go around and actually check while we're cleaning to make sure everything's good.
Most of what you've talked about is indoor cleaning. Is there a part of it that includes trash outside and
Yeah,
that
yeah,
sort of
so-
thing on the exterior, the playgrounds and?
So we tried to make sure that we had a huddle time, so the day porters could communicate with our night supervisors.
Okay,
So that allows, hey, I couldn't get the exterior today, can
Okay.
you make sure you and the project person at the
Okay.
exterior?
okay.
We want this to be a joint effort, right?
Okay.
It's the only way the cleaning gets done.
Okay.
You know, we got to work together.
Okay.
So you have the day people, the day porters are here during school day and whatever, and then some night people come in too, right?
So you guys have the day porters, this was, for us, it's the night cleaning side. So on the night cleaning side, our supervisors will be in at 3 o'clock or towards the end of that shift for the day porters. And it's just to communicate and make sure that we're on the same page, right? If we missed something the night before, we would like to hear what the day porter had to say. As far as the day custodian might say, hey, paper wasn't filled up, right? You know, toilet paper wasn't filled, or something along those lines. That's something that our supervisor would need to know. Or if something doesn't get completed, or there's a pop-up event that we
Okay.
need to take care of.
So does your supervisor only comes to the building at 3 o'clock, right?
Yes. It can be at the end of the school day.
Would it be somebody that we're already hiring?
It would be somebody on our team. Or if you have a custodian that applies for that position.
Okay, okay. Thank you.
And that you're talking about day and night, if we have current employees that would like to do night, is that something that they could have an option to apply for?
Yes.
Okay,
As long as that's okay with me. Because if they're working during the day,
okay,
but yeah, absolutely.
okay.
But you do meet one-on-one with all of our current employees.
Yes. That's critical. You know, we want to take care of that first.
And you have, and is somebody from your staff that comes in, like, that does, like, quality control, like, that will just come and check on, you know, things weekly to see that things are being done?
Actually, daily.
Daily.
So our day manager that you guys specified in the RFP, that day manager would go around and be able to talk to any stakeholders, principals, anything they need, and actually check in with the day custodians. Is there anything we can do better? And check in with administration, right? You know, what can we do better? Is there anything we're missing? They get a good framework and also can do morning inspections. Then that assistant manager, which they're both salary positions, right? So they're gonna have flex shift. They'll be able to switch back and forth. They're also gonna be focused on the night, but they'll do inspections with the team, any problem areas, any work orders, any events. They're gonna run and coordinate all of them. And anybody from your team can apply for those positions too. We do have some candidates already, but if you guys have people that you are very high on and think do a great job, we're always open to good people. You know, it's all about people.
So where would those people that might not come from within live? I mean, you say you have.
We try to hire within, any school district we have, we try to hire within a 20-minute radius, because it's important that they can actually get on site quickly
Okay.
for emergency response.
So I have a question. I used to be really involved with the PTO at one of the schools, and we had to pay janitors to to come into our after-school events. Is there a way that, like, how would that work from your business model?
For paid time off?
No, like if somebody had to come in and work an after-school event that was hosted by the PTO.
Oh, yeah, yeah. So any extra events,
Uh-huh.
as long as we're fully staffed
Mhm.
and we can move things around, because we do have good density, at least within a 45-minute radius as far as coverage goes, and they would be a part of the transition.
Mm-hmm.
So that means they're trained and actually have all the vetting necessary,
Mm-hmm.
so they can always cover it. That's just a backup. The two that
Okay.
we have on site are really used on fully staffed days to make sure you don't have a ton of event costs.
So that wouldn't be an additional cost, that would be included already?
Correct, we would
Okay.
just adjust our staff to make
Okay.
sure we cover that.
Okay.
Any other questions? All right, thank y'all.
Thank
We
y'all.
appreciate y'all coming.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
And we will email this out to Devin. She'll get it over.
All right, perfect, thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a great day. Good luck today. We know you got a few of them, right?
Yeah,
Thank you.
Thank you.
unfortunately. All right, thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your time. It's Friday for you guys too.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, we're,
Have a great weekend.
Thank
Thank
you.
y'all.
Too.
Yeah.
Safe travels.
we're 30 minutes above schedule. Did I say that correctly?
Mr. Ormer, how many employees do we have janitorial staff? 25.
Are they all
How many-
full-time?
Full-time.
Full-time.
Do you have any night?
We do not.
Okay.
We have some that work different shifts,
Mhm.
but I would say most of the buildings are empty by 6 o'clock. But that's a schedule that they work out with the principals. We have
Okay.
some who come in early. They'll have a second group that just kind of staggers the day and comes in a little bit later so they can be after school hours.
So they keep about the same, number at each school on each day? I mean,
Well, it depends on the schools. Like Bamberg High School has 5, whereas Bamberg Middle School has 3. So, Richard Carroll's got, good gracious, 8, probably close to 8. So it depends on how big the school is.
gotcha.
Who does your grounds work?
Billy Ott.
Okay, so you outsource that.
Sir,
Do you outsource that?
no, sir, he works, he's maintenance right here.
Okay.
And
All right.
Mr.
So
Ray
the
Wallace.
maintenance department does that.
They do it here, and Ray Wallace, does it for them.
But they don't, they aren't really responsible for the litter outside the building. are they?
Well, there is like a perimeter around the outside of the building that they are responsible for, so pretty much it's, your custodians are pretty much up from the building out to your parking lot. When you get past your parking lot, then that's really maintenance, who takes care of that.
Okay.
Mr. Jasper Jennings is also in there, Martin helps with the grass cutting, so those two guys do the
I
outside
don't
stuff.
remember that first group. Did they say a lot about the robotics and stuff? Did they mention?
No.
Because
don't
this
think
group had a
so.
lot of the robotic emphasis.
Mm-hmm, yeah.
Which that would, I suppose, would cut a little bit on their labor.
Was this a much more business plan presentation?
Ma'am?
It seemed like this plan was very business, how our plan works and. This isn't my area, so.
All right, we're gonna recess, I guess, until the other folks are, and board members, remember, any kind of discussion, we're still in open session.
Oh.
So, you do the broadcast, don't say anything crazy.
Have I said something crazy already?
No, well, no, I just want to remind
Give me
you.
a little time.
I
I'll
just
work my
want to
way up to
remind
it.
you not to say crazy stuff.
I need another napkin. Yes, I did. Oh, please.
That one wasn't used.
Well, I found the other one. I've been sitting on it. Lord. I need myself a cup of coffee. I'm not used to doing this.
12 o'clock.
My kind of girl.
I be wait, you know, I got one that's making me, I got one Price is Right.
They teased me about, I'm in this little local barber club the other day. I said, I'll come help with this particular project.
Mm-hmm.
I said, I'll see y'all about 10 o'clock, which was really kind of early. I said, we want to be finished by 11. I was like, oh, God.
Well, they say maybe you don't want to come.
I said, I'll see you at 9:30. I got the court 15, which was pretty good for me. I did my best, and I was there till 12:30.
Oh, wow.
Who
You did
services
do
the
good.
district office? Who cleans the district office?
Oh, no, good question.
That's not included.
Because I just went to the restroom and there were no paper towels, and that's what I was like, who does
Not
this?
in this thing. But got
They
the
have some
staff.
on the, yeah, I did see that, but that just triggered, like, who cleans this space? Because that wasn't included on anybody's proposal so far.
You're still alive at this point.
Mm-hmm. We are, yep. Yep.
Just 10:43.
Yeah. I feel like it's going by pretty fast, though. I mean, a short
Yeah,
presentation.
yes, once you
Yeah.
get started.
It's kind of the in-between time. Yeah.
Share in a short time.
They do.
Mhm.
They
Yeah.
do. They do. Okay.
They were based out of Pennsylvania.
That's what I wrote down, yeah.
In Pennsylvania, when I read earlier, I thought I saw Knoxville.
I couldn't tell you.
Because I go through notes down different, there's certain things I
Yeah, looking for it.
They have a base, so they have their headquarters in Tennessee, their
regional or whatever.
yeah, they were like started out of Pennsylvania.
Oh, I'm glad to know you saw that too. Because at first I said,
So this next one has a home office in Knoxville. That's not what you're thinking of, is it?
Maybe that's what I thought.
Oh, yeah. This one is Horsham, Pennsylvania.
HES Facilities says has a Knoxville home office address. Wonder if
I
that's,
think on the back of, I have notes on the back. So you know,
it's a lot of information.
Yeah, too much
to a
It
left.
is.
information overload.
It totally is. But then you can go kind of flip through and pick and choose what you need to see.
That's the one I thought that was Knoxville.
Yes. So this next one has a nice little map that shows where they're at.
Oh.
I like them being close to us. I like their offices to be close.
I texted her. She said she's at the doctor getting checked up because she's, I guess, thinking allergies or doing something. So,
She called me yesterday. I had checked. I picked up my package.
so she may be able to come. I'm not sure.
These allergies or something.
They are awful right now.
Pollen is still kicking.
It's so pretty to look at everything blooming, but you kind of have to look from inside your house or your car or whatever.
I mean, it'd be like a dust cloud. You
I
be
know.
driving down the road and
It's crazy.
pollen.
Yeah,
Oh.
it's crazy right now.
Are the little ones doing okay?
Yeah, they're good. They're good. Our son, our only son, he has awful allergies, so he's dealing with that. But Overall, we're good.
Okay, the first one was Bud.
Yep,
Yeah,
The
Bud,
second one was
interstate,
yep. And it looks like Interstate has the equipment too. I mean, well, maybe not, no, maybe not the robotics. Okay.
Yep.
Hmm.
They got to get amended. It has, a deadline to get them in,
Ah,
all in.
That makes sense.
That's why.
Here's what I'm
they put
looking
it all
for.
together.
So, I don't know if y'all have seen this, but if you look towards the back of each packet,
Yeah,
that's
Yes.
in
The
there.
post,
Okay,
mhm.
yeah, okay.
yeah. There's some money.
Shoosh.
And you know, this one check from last one, before 401K didn't start until after they put it in a year. I always thought you start your 401K when you
When-
become employed.
Mhm.
And they had
Y'all, I couldn't believe this packet, though, seriously, when I look at this. I mean, on the average, each one is about like that.
Mhm.
And
I mean, I don't think we have to take these home, do we?
Take them home?
Yeah.
No, you don't need to take them
the
home.
lawyers weren't as thick as the custodial.
Yeah, well, there's a lot more
Yeah, yeah,
that
yeah.
you have to.
I just,
Is that what you would expect them?
I feel
Did
good.
they put their blood type? I haven't read it.
No, they haven't, they didn't do the blood type.
Fingerprints.
I had to spread all mine out at the dining room table. There was just not enough space in my little spot.
Are they coming?
Somebody up front. There's a guy sitting by a truck right here.
We were doing so well, too.
But you looking late.
I wanna try to get some Easter decorations out of the house. It's gonna be Easter and I haven't gotten the thing out. Still have St. Patrick's Day stuff. I'm way behind.
I mean, I guess when you have children, you have to decorate for every holiday.
Yeah, normally they are on me about getting that stuff out, but I think I just haven't been home enough for them to even.
Well, dog, Easter's next week, isn't it?
I know.
I just took my leprechaun wreath down, put my, I had little artificial
You're
trees.
11
I
o'clock.
just took
Did
artificial
not get his
leaves.
email, but I called him, so is it okay if he does it over the phone?
Yeah, that's fine.
Sure.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, all right. Okay. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna sit the phone down by the mic and you are ready to go.
Okay, I'm gonna, just one second, I'm gonna call somebody in, one second as I merge them over.
Okay, that sounds good.
Thanks a lot.
Okay, are we ready?
We're just waiting for the call.
Okay.
This presentation will be done over the phone?
Yes.
I think I read somewhere that the government now requires written descriptions of pictures that are put in certain publications, like on the internet or something.
That's for ADA.
But they,
That's the part of the American Disability Act, yes, ma'am. Yes, we do that.
very interesting, these verbal descriptions.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, go ahead and proceed. I don't know if Ms. Furr has gone over, but, we are giving each vendor
Hi, I've got Russell Levon with me, who's our vice president. Can you hear us, president?
Yeah, we
Yeah,
can
I'm
hear
here.
you.
Devon, can you hear us okay?
We can, yes, sir.
Okay, we're with ATS Facilities, you wanted to hear about how we would transition?
Yes.
So we position this going from an in-house, where you're providing the services in-house, to moving to a model where you're still going to keep some district folks on staff. So we've done this quite a few times. We call it an attrition model, where we will backfill the positions. We provide the managerial oversight, as you requested. I think it was a district manager, and then an assistant manager that would provide evening and daytime oversight. We provided the equipment. We provided the consumables, and the staffing model would be that provide the oversight for the staff. We would have the night cleaning, and then we did provide the option if there's any time that there is, and this has happened in the other schools, we would provide the exact same model. And if it's successful, is that if anybody from the district leaves, we can, if the district would like for us to, we can backfill those positions, and that person would then roll up to us.
Okay?
Yeah, Donnie, let me just add that every time we backfill one of those naturally occurring vacancies, that the cost difference from what Bamberg pays for that employee, mostly driven by benefits, is far different than what we pay. So there's a significant savings. Typically, in these accounts, the savings is north of $15,000 in every place that accrues and accumulates year over year. Any questions on that?
We've got time to ask any questions that we have. You go ahead and proceed. You have about 8 minutes.
I'm not sure they can hear us as far as that right there. Jenny, you may want to narrate that, you know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Back and forth between your board and them on the phone. I think that's what's going on. I don't think they can hear us.
Okay.
They can hear us, but it's just so far away from the phone is what it is, you know?
Okay.
The board is saying that you have about 8 minutes to complete a presentation, and at the end of that presentation, then they will ask questions. They have 15 minutes to ask questions. So whatever you got to say, go ahead and say it, and when you're doing
Okay,
it.
and what? Yeah, I want to.
Donnie, let me add something to what we've already spoken about. You know, the genesis of this program is to ensure that you all get financial benefit gradually, and that the employees are handled in a thoughtful way. So what we do is we work closely with the Bamberg leadership, basically side by side, to manage this program. So it's a one-team approach concept. It's not a division where you do your own training for your people, we do our own training, you do your recognition, we do our recognition. The most important component here is this one team. So all of your employees would wear the same jersey as our employees. They would have the same training, they would have the same recognition, they would have the same incentives. The only difference is, for your employees, we would direct their daily activity, their daily work, but if there was any type of HR issue that came about for those employees on your payroll, because they're not on our payroll, so any kind of discipline or termination, anything that's HR related, you would have to handle at Bamberg. But our employees, we would handle them, and then as we move forward, every vacancy we backfill, that becomes our responsibility for HR as well. Does that make sense?
Everybody's nodding their head. Yes, sir.
Okay. And just so we've got about 30 of these models. To my knowledge, we're the only company that does these correctly. So what a lot of our competition does, because they're driven by Wall Street and not by the customer or the employee, is they force employees out. So the program, the management is egregious. It makes it very uncomfortable work environment for the employees, so the employees will leave. We don't do that. We want these employees to stay. They're part of your community. They're very, very valuable to us because they have institutional knowledge of your location. But even more so than that, they have relationships with your principals and your assistant principals. So we want to do things with them that encourage them to stay even after retirement. And to that point, we'd also like to get a list of all your retirees and invite them back. This would allow them to actually double dip on benefits. They would get Bamberg's benefits, state benefits, and they would also be qualified for our benefits as our employees. So I'm gonna pause there to see if you all have any questions about what I've just spoken about.
Ask them, Denny, about what their compensation and benefits package consists of.
What is your compensation, and what does that package look like?
benefits and compensation package.
Johnny, what are the wage rates we're paying in Bamberg? The wage rates were fixed. So we're paying with the minimum wage rates that you had listed on your proposal. I can't remember them off the top of my head right now. But as far as our benefits are concerned, we do have benefits for each employee. We also do a matching 401k. We also do things for our employees such as daily pay, where they can get up to 40% of their pay each and every day, and then they get the rest of it every 2 weeks. So, but if you'd like, we could provide you and the board our employee benefits package if you'd like to review that as well. Yeah, Donnie, I can send those PDFs to you as soon as we complete this call, and you can send those to your point of contact with Bamberg. They're pretty extensive benefits. I think to go through them, over the phone would take quite some time. So we'll send you those PDFs, and then I'll also send you a summary PowerPoint that kind of puts it on one sheet. Any other questions?
Any certifications that y'all require of the custodians that will be working?
Yeah, so one of the things that we'll be doing is we have 4 areas of training that we would do, and some of these trainings include certification. So the first thing we would do is our leadership would come in and do training in person. Our managers, our supervisors would do the initial training with both your staff and our staff that we have, filled vacancies with. In addition to that, we would bring in some of our vendors, especially the equipment vendors, the floor tech vendors. They would come in to do training, and we would certify some of those individuals to become floor tech. The other training we do is we have online training where they can go online, get training, but most importantly, we have on-the-job training, which means that our managers and supervisors are in the field. They're in the schools. They're not in some office somewhere trying to manage your program from that office. They're in the facilities each and every day and night, making sure that, we're trying to catch people doing things right so we can recognize them. And then also, when people aren't doing things right, we can coach them up on that.
Did he say one of their people would be?
When you say one of your people, you mean one of your office people would be in our schools doing the trainers, or would it be somebody that's actually housed at one of our schools in a leadership position that would be offering that training?
It would be our manager and our supervisor that would perform the training.
Okay.
And they would come from outside.
And they would come from y'all's main office to do that, or would they be people that you have hired to
No,
work?
sir, they're on site.
On site.
They're on site. So all of our employees at Fort Bamberg they're from your community.
Okay.
So our manager is required to live there. Our supervisors are required to live there. We have regional presence, so our regional managers live in the area. They won't live, in the immediate Bamberg area, but our managers, supervisors, and employees will all come from Bamberg.
What was, in terms of the overview? What was y'all's findings with y'all's overview when y'all came in and looked at the facilities?
I'm sorry, what was our perception?
What was your perception of this video? Yes, sir.
It looked to us that there could be some improvements made on some of the floor work, and some of the cleaning. It looked like if we was doing on an Apple level, meaning Apple being like hospital grade, like the cleanest, Apple level 2, which is very good, is which we probably what we provide to our schools. I would say this was closer to a lower 3. I don't think things were dire, but I think there can definitely be some things improved upon.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think typically the greatest improvement that we see with the school systems that we operate with, especially the attrition model, is that we're able to give you optimum staffing consistently. Most of the school systems that we see out there today, and this has happened after 2020 primarily, it's a roller coaster ride. So one quarter they'll be somewhat fully staffed, and then they'll lose a lot of people, and they'll be very short staffed the next quarter. And it's just a constant, inconsistent roller coaster ride. So the first thing we would do for Bamberg screen everybody out of the gate would be to ensure that our staffing levels are consistent, and we would also recruit the staff to 110 to 120%, depending on what your daily call-outs are. So not only are we responsible for providing substitutes and overtime hours when our staff calls out, we have an attendance issue, we also will help with your staff. So if you have a staff member that calls out, even though you're on your payroll, we would have a set fee to backfill your employee for that day's time.
And it would be, we didn't get to see what the structure was like now, but they would have task lists that they need to complete. The management systems would be very structured in a way where it's going to bring efficiency, and they will have things to complete. There's also quality assurance component too. So the inspections come from us, but we also want the inspections to come from the school district as well. So it's the principal service, quality assurance inspections, and then quarterly, the account manager will be touching base daily with their direct report, but also we like to do quarterly business reviews to just go over what we're doing, make sure that everybody's on the same page, that we're proactive and less reactive in what we're doing, make sure we're covering for all after hours events and so forth. So just really continuing to keep the lines of communication going with everybody in the district.
Yeah, and let me speak to the after hours event. So a lot of the providers out there, every time you have an event, they send you a bill for that event. This is not how HES operates. So we understand education. That's all we do is education. So we know all the events that a typical school system has, and that's all included in our price. So if you've got a basketball game, football game, PTA, board meeting, what have you, our cleaning responsibilities happen after each of those events. Now, if you were to have a church group come in and rent your gymnasium, and you charge that church group, and you need cleaning services for their event, that's an outside entity, and that is not part of your normal school function. We would bill you, and you would bill the church or the entity that's using your auditorium.
So like they would be responsible without extra pay for making sure the restrooms at the football stadium are in good shape?
Yes, that's what I'm understanding. So you're saying if we have a football game, that the custodians would be responsible for cleaning those bathrooms, and there would not be an extra charge?
That's correct. Yeah, all school events are covered.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
What is the full-time equivalent?
And the principals will still have control as well. So if there's things that classrooms need to be moved and other assistance needs to be provided, they certainly go directly to those employees and ask for help.
Okay.
What is the full-time equivalent they calculated for our district?
Did you hear that? What is the FTE for our district that you guys have calculated?
Can't remember off the top of my head. I'm sorry. I don't have the proposal right in front of me.
Yeah, that would be listed in our proposal. I don't know if you all have a copy of the proposal there. We're both not in an area where we can pull up that data on our computers.
Okay.
But it should be there in your proposal towards the back part of that proposal.
Okay.
Page 41.
Page 41, thank you.
But hey, I do want to qualify that a little bit. If you all feel like we have too much FTE or we don't have enough, we can certainly make those adjustments on your recommendation, and that can go up and down depending on what your recommendations are.
Could they please speak a little bit more about how they would initially interact with our current custodial employees?
Could you speak a little bit more about how you would initially interact with our current employees?
Yeah, absolutely. So the one thing we want to do is we want to initiate the meetings with your employees as soon as we meet the principals. The next thing we're going to meet with your employees. But we do want the principals and the administration to have a very firm understanding of what's going to take place. We're going to let them know what these meetings will look like and how we will interact with their staff. And then we will begin staff meetings. We call these open houses. So we would bring all your staff in that are currently on your payroll. We would bring them in, let them know what the changes look like, and we would include you in this. And then for those HES employees and your staff, we would sit down, we would talk to them about our company, what the opportunities are for them with our company. Because it's not just with Bamberg. So if you have an employee who's a really good employee, we feel like they might have some leadership potential, we would come and speak with you about getting that person promoted to another opportunity with our company. We did this with Ashburn City, which is one of our first attrition models. And that person, she's not the only one, but that person's already been promoted 3 times over. So we sit down with every single employee. We let them tell us about their experiences, what they like, what they don't like, what they'd like to see improvement, where they'd like to see improvement, and then just how we can help them with their career. Because again, we don't want anybody to leave. Our goal is to maintain 100% of the staff that you currently have, and then just basically complement that with the vacancies with our staff.
So, would our people that want to stay be hired by you?
I couldn't hear the question.
So would our people who we currently have on staff that wanted to stay would be rehired by you? So I was asked.
Yeah, so that's the neat thing about an attrition model. The employees who are on your payroll, they can stay on your payroll if they want your benefit. If they prefer to opt out of that and join HES, that would be a financial benefit to you and potentially a benefit to them because our wages may be more. So typically what you have is you have the more youthful custodial staff and potentially those who have a spouse who already has good benefits want to do that. So if I've got a spouse who's got great benefits through another company where he or she works, then I may want to come over to HES and get a higher wage rate and continue to support Bamberg in that manner, but get the higher wage rate and forego the benefits for Bamberg.
Can he expound on, as a part of the proposal, it says that if someone were to leave, what is their plan for backfilling? Will they backfill through local, or will there be people that come through HES?
So if we have people leave, how would you fill their spots? Would you be hiring from the local community, or would you guys be sending people from y'all's company to fill those positions?
No, we would absolutely hire from the community. Now, what we might do is if there was a situation where you had several people leave at once, we may look to one of your neighboring accounts to bring in some staff just to kind of keep things consistently performing well until we got those positions backfilled. But typically, we find out about people retiring out ahead of time, so we can go ahead and plan for that and start the recruiting process and get those people recruited and on board pretty quickly. Our recruiting efforts are really good. We changed these after 2020. We no longer require the on-site leadership team to do everything. So we have 10 corporate recruiters. All they do is recruit for our company's account day in and day out. So it's 24/7, 365 job that these 10 recruiters do. And we also have regional recruiters that do nothing but recruit for our account. In addition to that, we have a system called Hire by Workway, which is a software platform. What it does is when Bamberg has an opening, it will send that opening out to every social media site, every hiring site like Indeed, Career Builder, what have you. When people respond to those ads, those get filtered back into the software system, the platform, and our managers are able to see that dashboard and see the candidates that are waiting to be engaged. And let me just tell you, after 2020, if you don't engage these candidates within the first 24 hours, you lose them. They'll find a job at a Buc-ee's or a Wawa or a Sheep. You won't have a chance to be employed. So our time to engage them is almost immediate, and then we've got to keep them occupied through the hiring process so they don't go somewhere else. Typically what happens is these other providers, sometimes even school systems, they're going 2-3 weeks before they reach out to an potential employee, and they've already lost it. So it's really, we have to do this with a sense of urgency. So we have to engage them within the first 24 hours. Then we have to get them into the process immediately after that so we don't lose them. It's key. And then the last thing we do is we have lots of rewards for not not only staying with us, but also coming to work. So we have perfect attendance awards that we give out every quarter. We do these at our quarterly meetings. They can win prizes, they can win money. But for those individuals who are having perfect attendance, they qualify for these raffles for money and prizes. We also have referral programs. Let's just say that you have an admin assistant that works in your front office. They send us somebody, we hire them. We would pay them $200 referral fee as long as that employee worked at least 90 days. There is no cap on that. We pay our employees that referral fee if they send somebody to it. We pay your Bamberg staff the same. And again, there is no cap. So if that front office admin sends us 20 people, that's $4,000. So there's no cap on that.
I'm sorry, I just missed the introduction. Can you please tell me again why you were not able to attend? I missed that part. Why are you not?
What was that?
She's asking why you were not able to attend. She missed that part.
Oh, we didn't receive the notification. I had reached out yesterday, and apparently my email didn't get to Devon, and I had left a voice message, so we didn't know until she called me at a little before 11.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I apologize for not being there in person. Was certainly on our radar screen, and we just I guess had miscommunication.
But hey, we can make a trip. So if you want to see us next week, we're happy to come down.
No, we're fine.
We're good, thank you.
All right. Hey, I'm from Augusta, Georgia, so I know Bamberg pretty well. I'd be happy to come home and take a trip over to Bamberg from Augusta.
That's pretty close.
Could you please tell us how many how many public schools in South Carolina you all serve?
You're being asked how many public schools in South Carolina that you guys currently serve.
So our main account, our K-12 account, we also have a higher ed Charleston Southern University. Florence 1 is the account we've been with the longest. So Florence 1, you can talk to Laura Show there, who's the CFO. We've been with them now, I think, 3 years. But they're very pleased with our services. But please call them. Check that record.
Yeah, we also have a higher ed there. As we mentioned in our proposal, we exclusively do education. We have over 170 educational accounts. About 65% of those are K-12. Just in North Carolina alone, I think we have another 7, and then 12 in the Virginia area, and then we also have in Georgia as well.
And could they please remind me again of their training process for our employees once they're hired?
I'm being asked if you would please remind us of what your training process looks like for employees after they're hired.
Yeah, so as soon as that employee is hired, they're going to go through a training process with the manager, the on-site manager, and the on-site supervisor. Once that training is completed, we will arrange a group training session for all new hires with our vendors and our suppliers. So those suppliers and vendors will come in and they'll talk about proper use of equipment, how to maintain that equipment. They'll come in and they'll talk about the different chemicals that we use, safety concerns in using those chemicals, how to safely use those chemicals, and then they will have online curriculum that they will start to access. So we have, 24 different curricula that they will do over time, and they will start that process immediately. And then the last part of the training, which I think is the most beneficial, is the on-the-job training, where our managers and supervisors are in the schools, working with them side by side, training them on doing their job.
How do you?
And there will also be time. I'm sorry.
How do you integrate and ensure that you're following our district policies and procedures within your model?
Did you hear that? How do you integrate and assure that you guys are following Bamberg County School District policy?
So we have consistent communications with you. So we're going to look to have a point of contact there. I'm not sure who that would be, but that person would be our main communication point of contact. But we also communicate weekly, if not more often, with the principals and assistant principals. So we really see them as being the primary customer and the CEO of their schools. And so what we want to make sure we do is that we're in sync with their needs per school and that we're aligned with those needs. But we also want the principals to feel like they still have complete control. So they can do whatever they want to do with our staff. We just want them to communicate what they're doing if it's anything outside their normal daily work. So they all have job cards. So if it's the floor tech, if it's a night cleaner, if it's a daytime day porter, you know, they all have their specific job cards that they're supposed to utilize each day to get their tasks done. But if a principal or assistant principal needs them to do something outside of those job cards, they're perfectly welcome to do that. So I think that the key here is maintaining those good communications with the on-site school leadership, but then also with that point of contact that we have that is the district leadership.
Okay, that's time.
Our time's up.
Thank you.
We appreciate you guys for the presentation and answering our questions. And,
Yeah, thanks for letting us get on the call. And again, if you want to come down next week in person, we can do that.
Okay, we appreciate it.
And Devon, if you would like for me to send our employee benefits or any additional information, I'd be more than happy to send that over to you.
That would be great. We appreciate that.
We'll just go ahead and send those.
That sounds like a plan. Thank you.
All right.
All right,
Thank
guys.
you all very much.
Have a good day, guys. Thank you.
I didn't hear how many schools in South Carolina.
Florence.
Just Florence.
Just one public school in South Carolina, what I understood. And then it said College of Charleston, or Charleston Southern.
I just
It's a higher institution in Charleston, where this.
But I think they said Florence one.
Yeah.
Florence
They
one,
did.
yes, ma'am.
Florence
It said
one.
1-1.
Yeah.
Okay.
Should be in the references in your.
Right.
We wanna cut this off. Okay. For the next one. Y'all got 15 minutes. I think it's here. Just one second. We're gonna do it. Yeah.
Getting that candy out.
I'll do it until it's time to eat.
Tearing it up.
I can see every place it's gone.
Huh?
I can see every place it's gone.
I've been in board meetings where at the end of the board meeting, all the board members would take that candy and stick it in their pocket.
I don't do that.
I don't either.
I just eat it while I'm here.
Tanya? Yes. Did they say about ongoing inspections? They didn't? I mean, except for,
Quarterly business reviews,
okay,
there would be some audits.
and weekly contact with the principal.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Kathy, you'll appreciate this. Somebody gave this to me. They're chocolate shoes.
Oh my God.
High heel shoes, isn't that adorable?
Okay.
I've been eating them very slowly.
Oh my God.
Because they're
A
so
little bit of the heel each time.
exactly. Isn't that cute?
Not
Comes in a
precious.
little purse. Very cute.
I so miss wearing my heels. At least I can wear flats for a short period of time, but
Oh,
I get
because
so
of your
tired of wearing
foot.
my tennis shoes.
Yes, yes.
We need a coffee machine in here. You got your hair cut. Looks good. Looks good. So we have one more of the janitorial.
Trying to see where it is.
mean, Devon said, didn't she was worried about that?
Radio, yeah, it's at the end, I think. It's, page 102.
Oh, wow, this one has a cash incentive for the cleanest school of the month.
Yeah, I have the highest.
HES is, oh, that's,
A couple of them put, also put like a yearly thing and stuff, so it's like they're coming in at one price, but the price is all expected to increase as, you know.
so HES is 888-767.
The second one, I think, was lower than that, right? I think the second one was lower.
What was the first one? Well, it is was.
I wasn't paying attention to that.
Who?
The two people,
I've got.
they were below.
How much was the first one?
780, but then they-
Breeze? Yeah.
They go
It's,
up
so, it's
every
really
year.
warm outside though. The air's probably kicking on because it's so warm outside.
But then they go up every year.
Yeah, and then they have.
Yeah, it is.
What was the Bud group?
Not the perfect day for a dress.
first group?
Actually.
The Bud group, it was 791.
Hey.
So it's not,
I thought like they're being 791, but I mean I don't know if that's something where we're gonna get on with them and they have like we keep them for a certain number of years and they stay at that rate. Whereas Interstate is saying they're telling us they know that their rate is gonna be increased as time goes on. But I think.
Look at this one.
I appreciate the fact that the Bud group came in, like, they were very power packed because you could tell that they're really on top of their stuff.
Well, at first I thought they spent so much time sending so many people, but each one was able to speak for her
I wish we
purpose.
would have got to talk to the account manager. That was the part that kind of missed out on. The lady that.
But in the back, I wanted to hear her talk, yeah.
they were certainly the most prepared,
Yeah.
the Bud group.
I
But
can
look at
sense
this.
family oriented in them as well.
Look at page 8 in this one, ABM. I mean, I really haven't looked through the first one or the other ones too much, but.
I think they're the highest.
They're using the restroom when they come out and ready.
Yeah, I think, yeah. See if you can find Kathy. Okay.
What was the
Oh, there she is.
Wait a minute.
8 something?
Yeah, I think it was. I think it's 888. No, wait, is it 88761?
How's it feel to be walking again?
Pretty darn good. Well. And we're at for a little while, see how my ankles do. We know what our current cost is.
No, we don't. She doesn't tell us it.
Okay.
They put pins in it, rods in it?
I get it replaced in 15 pins. Thank you. And now my bathroom.
Did you guys look at page 8 on this last one?
Stuff taken out.
It's very interesting.
My head is kind of scared to get out. Apparently complications.
Look at, yeah, it is.
But I did
Look at
find
page
out
8.
cold weather, it does make
I
it.
got
They
it,
have the
really.
security rules.
Security rules. Look at this. They have basic security rules for building security. I think that's very nice they put that in.
Junior, your kids starting to get excited now that the end of school is drawing near.
They have mixed feelings about it.
You
They
got them all,
miss their friends.
you got them all signed up for some camps or things like that?
Come on in, have a seat.
Hey, how are you doing?
Morning. Good, good.
It is. All you need to show? That's the only thing?
Sally told me she was redoing her kitchen. That's a big endeavor. Good, good. We went shopping the other day. We had the best time.
Yeah, we're
She
ready.
got her some little pants and a dress, and she does. Amazing.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm David Corder. I'm the chairman of the Bamberg County School Board of Trustees. We appreciate y'all coming and giving us a presentation. I know y'all have busy schedules and it's a Friday. You're thinking about the weekend. And I think the weather looks pretty good now. And
We're standing in the way.
yes, well, we've still got a long day ahead of us. But thank y'all. I don't know if Ms. Furr sort of told you what our schedule was. We're going to give you 15 minutes to do your presentation, and then the board's going to have 15 minutes to ask questions. Mr. Ricky back there is going to be our timekeeper. And we're trying to keep on schedule because we all want to get out of here before Dukes closes. So thank y'all for being here, and you may proceed.
Our pleasure. Good morning.
Morning.
So Mark Twain once said the two best days of anyone's life is the day you're born and the day you discover your why. Our why and our foundation pillars for what we want to do for the district is, number one, is to put kids first. Have a clean learning environment each and every day. Number two, we want to keep things local. Hire local, take care of the people that are here. Number three, we want to earn the trust of the principals and keep it so they can focus on instruction. And number four, we want to make y'all look good and the community look good for choosing us. Alan Odom, to my right, handles South Carolina. He's our Vice President of Operations. Alan has been in the business 30 plus years, Air Force veteran. Glad he's here. He'll speak in a moment. I myself, been with ABM for 14 years, helped clients secure business with us and ongoing customer service. Cindy Williams handles our sales team. She's out of Charlotte. And Travis Behrman is our district manager, lives just down the road in Dorchester County, and works with our ops team. Back in 2016, I was in Anderson 4 when the Townville elementary shooting took place. There was a 14-year-old that brought a gun to school, ended up killing a 6-year-old, and he never made it into the school. So he was in the playground when he was tackled by a volunteer fireman. We take safety very serious. We have a safety message and moment that goes out every day. And when it comes to doing our part in your district, if there's someone that's unauthorized, we need to report that, not let them in the building, and make sure doors are locked. So that's part of who we are. A moment of culture. Kennedy once said, a rising tide lifts all ships. We feel and believe that it's important that people be seen, heard, and respected. I was just in 2 districts that we serve within the last 2 weeks and had superintendents on different occasions talk to me about how courteous and how respectful our employees were, and that they both wished that we could help their own employees take it on the same concept. So we take that part seriously as well. So you see here, we do work with 67 districts throughout the Southeast. Southeast is defined as Tennessee, the Carolinas, Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi. And the important thing to know here too is we are vested in South Carolina. We have offices in North Charleston as well as Spartanburg. Some of the clients you'll see here, there's a cross section. We are only in education. That's our only focus. And Some of the ones at MUSC would come home in terms of higher ed, Savannah State just down the road. We do a lot of work with larger school districts, and we do a lot of work with smaller school districts. You're around, I think, 4,000, 5,000 folks here in the community, and a lot of the districts we serve mirror that. Scott Camp is the president of our Education Services Division. He's based right next door in Georgia, in Atlanta. He's very active. He deploys a very decentralized decision-making process. Our folks like Alan and his folks that report to him are empowered to make decisions and do it quickly, which is important. The other thing that happens is with the account manager and the assistant manager that's dedicated to the district, they have a lot of support, whether it's accounting, whether it's HR, whether it's recruiting with talent acquisition, whether it's quality control. All these people are supporting those individuals. It's not just a matter of handing over some car keys and walking away. We want to be part of the Berg. We want to write you a check. So the board can decide who to award that money to on an annual basis as part of a scholarship. We want to be part of that celebration. And obviously you've got a lot of community events that take place, and we'll be supporting those as well. So thought I'd throw up some questions that we commonly hear in a situation like this. I'm going to hit on these real quickly. We talked about current employees. They'll have the first right of refusal on these positions that we're going to post for. People have life events, get sick, have to go take a child out of school, whatever the case may be. We're going to overhire and develop a sub-pool so that we can deploy people quickly when someone's not there, because there'll be gaps otherwise. One of the things I hear a lot is principals are going to lose control. We're very cognizant of that, and we still report to the principal. That's the head of the school. So there is no loss of control there. We still report to that principal, and that's part of our orientation and ongoing expectation of our employees. Pricing. Pricing is always a factor. After year one, what happens? Year two, we, like many organizations, look at a CPI, Consumer Price Index, but that's negotiable. You may or may not have the funding to be able to pass that on so that we can share it with our employees. So that's something we revisit on an annual basis, and that's option to the board and the district. Athletic events are included. That's big when it comes to football, baseball, soccer, and the mix. You need to know that. If you have equipment that's here that you don't know what to do with, we'll look at that and give you a fair market value for that equipment if that's something that you would like to sell to us as an option. All of our employees are uniforms. That's a big deal. And it's something we enforce, and it's something that our customers love. We also have ID badges. Obviously, they've got to go through SLED, TB testing, and all of that can be shared with the district. Keys. Keys don't leave buildings. We do manage those. It costs a lot of money. It's a lot of aggravation, and it's a security issue when keys are lost. So we manage that, and then we also have insurance with Apple trackers that we put on those keys as additional insurance. Cross-contamination, we do use microfiber, different colors for the areas that we clean, and running out of paper. Nobody wants to run out of paper. I don't like going into a bathroom and not having paper or hand soap. So we've learned through trial and error over the years, we do keep a month's supply in the buildings, and if there's storage issues, we have central locations where we can easily access and have quick response in that issue. And what happens if something's out of scope? You're paying for a number of hours and the staff that's here. If we need to take care of something, we're going to manage that because it's your hours. And if it's something that's going to be an addition, like an additional wing or cost that's ongoing, we'll have that conversation, but we've got to be flexible for the district. Cindy.
Thank you, Randy. We know when we're looking at a district that is moving from an in-house to an outsourcing program, the number one thing that has to happen is communication. And hand-holding, to be quite frank, because we understand the sensitivity of this with you all, with the district, with the community, and with the current employees. So we spend a lot of time working through that process. We first want to be in alignment with you. So there's a lot that goes into finalizing the agreement and making sure we are all moving forward and singing on the same sheet of music. Don't ask me to sing. The town hall is really important to us. That's the first experience. There's group sessions, but there's also one-on-one. We bring a team of talent acquisition folks, as Randy said. Your current employees that's our initial pool to source from. From there, we go into the community. We want to keep it local. But one-on-one sessions as well as group sessions, we understand. Some people don't want to raise their hand in group. They want to talk one-on-one with HR, etc. We'll move from there to the recruiting piece. I think that's pretty obvious. We just spoke to that. We have a lot of people. Randy showed you that support slide. A lot of folks. Most everybody on that slide, you're going to see is during the transition and many ongoing. The onboarding and training, it's the foundation of the product that we're going to provide you. We have to train our folks. They have to be properly trained based on our expertise, our education only expertise, by the way, and the processes that we will be implementing throughout your district. The transition, the start date's right here, so you can see all the stuff that happens ahead of time, right? This is where we start, and we begin to transition into the buildings and bring our regional and field support will still be a part of that piece of it as well. And then the ongoing, and that has to do as much then as previously with the communication, quarterly business reviews, weekly communication with Alan and Travis and your account manager, with you and the district, whoever you deem the stakeholders that will be a part of that. So that's where we start, and that's where what we hold on to keep going. Little snapshot of some town hall meetings. They're fun. There's a lot that goes on. Oftentimes we'll serve some food and snacks and just give you an idea. Again, it's first impression. We want them to feel good about becoming part of the ABM family and have the understanding that we're not going to take them anywhere. They're here. They're part of your family, and we want them to be a part of ours. This just gives you an overview of some district transitions. Randy showed you some logos earlier, but some similar in size transitions that we've done, some recently, some long-term partners. And I will tell you, every one of these, Alan has been a part of. We talked about his length of time. I won't hit on that again. But Alan has been a part of, and he handholds himself with the team during a lot of, or every one of these, and yours as well. We want to bring the employees on, and we want them to be retainable. So all the stuff that we talked about a bit ago, that's all right in here, but we got to train them. We got to care for them. We got to, in caring for them, we want to give them recognition. We want to engage with them and let them know the importance, because it's all about these employees that are in the buildings with your administration and your students, and they gotta want and care about doing a good job and ongoing in that regard as well. Career opportunities. That's something that some of them may not have thought about, but they do have that. We have a frontline worker that's doing a great job and has aspirations to become a supervisor. We have mentorship programs, we have leadership training, all of those things that we can, if they show the initiative, that we can help them to move forward with and prepare them. A lot of that training, leadership goes on through our ABM, our online platform, which we help them with in accessing and so forth. So celebrations engagement, recognition, all of that's ongoing for us. We do have a dedicated week every year. It's employee recognition. We believe, I mean, we deploy people throughout the country, leadership. Our CEO gets out into the field. Everybody, we all take part in enjoying and recognizing our employees. We know the importance. Randy? Quick snapshot as well of our benefits. I think you all have probably seen this. Our employees are not required, but they have access to the same benefits that all of us do. A 401k match, up to 5%, 100% the first 3, 50% the second, the fourth and the fifth. Bereavement, we also have organ donor leave. Weekly paychecks. We implemented that within the last 12 months. You wouldn't believe how much people love that. It's huge. And I think I'm turning it over to you.
Thank you, Art. On the costing piece, next slide. Here's a breakdown of our cost. Account manager is very critical. We want that person obviously to be part of your community. We want bias from you all on that. Sometimes we can have the right person with all the right credentials. We want to make sure it's a good cultural fit as well. That person will have an assistant manager that works primarily in the afternoon, part of the decision-making process. We feel like that's a key component for us to be successful. And then we kind of broke down each position, what we'll be paying based on those specific positions. And then also at the bottom there, you see we were going to invest about $166,000 of the capital equipment. It'll be all new equipment to start with. So we don't believe in starting districts use the old equipment. There's new equipment up to date from that standpoint. Next slide. Staffing. We got a very simplistic approach when it comes to staffing. We call it job slotting. A lot of times we do it by colors, so that way we know, what person's cleaning what building. For a quick example, for elementary schools, we try not to go no more than about 3,500 feet an hour. That's just based on, what's all in the elementary school. But we typically use color codes, so that way if we got somebody out, it's a simple, fix for us. You go clean the purple area, that's what you want to call it. So that way, we can kind of track, kind of control that. And then also, it allows us, if we're having problems with certain areas, we can focus on that cleaner or that individual so that we can provide the relevant training. Next slide. Training, I think Cindy touched on some of the onboarding. That's the initial training, kind of orientating everybody about 2 ABM. Then we'll kind of go into the pod training. If we're fortunate enough to earn your business, based on the way the RFP was set up. I think our first training will be focused on summer cleaning. We got about 6 weeks to take care of summer cleaning. So most of that training will be talking about stripping, waxing floors, that type of stuff. And then we'll pivot when school starts in August. We'll focus on classroom cleaning, restroom cleaning, what type of chemicals we're going to use. That's just part of what we do from a training standpoint.
Sir, we're about out of time. But you got how many more slides have you got?
I think about 3 or 4 more, and we got a couple on quality control. I won't touch on this.
Let's summarize it and move on.
I think we can move on from this one.
We'll just go quality assurance.
We'll hit on this one and we'll close with one other.
Okay.
That's okay.
All right, I'll quickly talk with you about our quality assurance program. We have a very robust program called Clean Intelligent. It's client-facing. That means that the principals, the teachers can interact with this program. They can see the types of inspections that we're doing. They can grade us on report cards, and we can bounce our inspections against those report cards to see if we're all seeing the same thing, right? And that also provides the opportunity for us to provide training to our folks. Say they're missing something, we can train to that specific task, right? Next slide, please. Client satisfaction, I basically touched on this already. Next slide. This is just an example of one of the reports that come out of this Clean Intelligent program. It'll give you the deficiencies, that way we can focus that training and correct those deficiencies quickly.
Let me finish, Travis.
Yes, sir.
This lesson. So just to round it out, our perspective is, this is a big decision. We're all in. We are professional, ethical, and transparent. And we have some bench managers on the ready that can fill the positions at the top if we need it. But we also are very open to anybody that you know in the community who's a good manager, coach, that may not know our business. We've had a lot of success bringing them on in the roles at the top too. So that's going to be a collaboration. Thank you for your time. We'll address them.
Thank you. Board members, do you have questions?
I saw that one of the, like you said, that you do the weekly paychecks, or, do you also do, like the daily pay type of thing where they can get like a percentage of something, only the weekly paychecks?
No, it's only weekly paychecks. We just pivoted that in January. We pay every Friday. Like today's payday for our frontline employees.
How do they get their checks? I mean, are they mailed or?
Well, initially you do it either by pay card, direct deposit. I'll shoot it for Travis. He deals with a little bit more than I do. But I do know that, you know, if you direct deposit, I think the first initial check could be a live check. We do pay cards.
That's correct. So the first initial paycheck, when, say we have a new hire, that first initial paycheck is a manual paycheck. So they'll have to go somewhere and physically cash that. We also have a pay card option. So it just looks like a debit card. It's debit with any color on it. I think there's several options. It could say ABM, or I think we even have an option for like sports teams on it. So
I had one comment and one question. One comment, I love the weekly paycheck, because I remember when I first started teaching, it was once a month. And by God, by the end of the month, I was destitute. So I appreciate that. The other one is, you said that you start with new equipment. My daddy was a contractor, whatever, and he took really good care of his equipment. So why do you start with new equipment?
We just feel like, you know, to start any new engagement, when we're doing new equipment. And we can appreciate that over typically 36 months. That's just a philosophy of the organization. And then typically after year 3, we want to recycle new equipment because stuff breaks. But, you know, that's just the philosophy of the organization. To start any new job, we'll start with new equipment.
But we will look at your existing equipment, as
Oh, yeah.
Randy mentioned.
Okay.
We could do a mix of your existing equipment that we would evaluate and the new, partial new package as well.
Was there an interest in us having a better use equipment that's here now? Is that where, a talking point for the group? No? Okay.
And thank you for your service. Appreciate that greatly.
Any other questions?
What was the review from the facilities? You all reviewed the facilities?
I did. You guys have very clean schools. I see some room for improvement as we can curtail our expertise to improve. And that comes with the training aspect, I think. You know, just training the folks that are here already, here in the community. And, you know, does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Do you have a one-on-one meeting with the current employees?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. But as Cindy led on, it's a town hall to begin with, and then we can break out one-on-one, answer any questions, and help those employees on board with our team.
We've also done where, our leadership, our operation leadership team can meet with them prior, to the finalization, just to answer questions, depending on where you are with the conversations with them and what their knowledge is of the process. We've done it where, we've done, video calls with them, so that they're not having to miss work. So we wanna make every effort, take advantage of any time that they need to ask questions, and if we have to tailor it in some of those other ways, we absolutely have done it and will do it.
A lot of times it'll take place over 2 days because schedules, so.
Oh, the town hall,
Yeah.
Right.
Just be able to meet with them individually, because you're right, a lot of times that's sensitive and they wanna
Your offices are in Charleston, North Charleston, and Spartanburg. How many public schools do you serve in South Carolina? Public school districts?
3.
Three, and they are?
Beaufort, Charleston, Dorchester.
You say you guys, do include athletic events, are there any other, like, outside events that are included, or everything else is a one-off?
So if there's events where maybe a church is using a school
Right.
or another outside event, you're able to bill for that. That may be something that's billable. But anything that's school sponsored or athletics would fall in our program.
So like that would include, PTO or those?
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely. Yep.
Excuse me, I just wanted to make sure, did I understand this correctly? Everybody that will be a custodian here or whatever in the future will be hired by your company, is that correct?
We self-perform. Yes.
Self-perform. Very interesting expression. Okay.
Yeah, but they're already on the team, so.
Any other questions?
Very organized. Thank you.
And very good questions. Thank you.
If you don't get a lot of questions, that means that you did a good job. I'm sorry, Ms. Bamberg, did you want to answer?
Just one. Do you furnish uniforms for the staff, or do?
And I'd like to add that those uniforms can be co-branded, so they could have a school logo, they could have the Bamberg name on it.
Oh, wow.
So we do have those options as well.
Mm.
And as well as dispensers in your restrooms, we can brand those. So we have those options.
Do you also maintain their uniform, the cleanliness and stuff?
That's typically on them. I'll just say that, we'll buy numerous throughout the year because we'll have turnover. It happens. We
Yeah.
don't have a service that comes in once a week, so just drop them off. From a cost standpoint, we think that doing it that way is more efficient for us.
I noticed on page 8, you already mentioned some of your safety rules about locking doors and knowing who's coming into the building, and I appreciate that you did that. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
And maybe other people did it too, but I haven't seen that yet.
No other board? No. Thank y'all so much.
much.
Go ahead. Thank y'all very much. Thank you for coming.
We appreciate it.
Enjoy.
All right. Ahead of schedule. That's what we're talking about.
That's fantastic.
You
Y'all
all
too.
too enjoy your
Thank you.
weekend.
Go
Bye-bye.
Dukes. All right, ladies, we're going to recess for lunch. And, we're gonna start back at 1 o'clock sharp.
Are we submitting these today?
Yes.
Shall we bring them to lunch?
Wow.
Well, I mean, you can bring them to lunch, but let's don't discuss it. I mean, that y'all are to do this on your own. And everybody say their piece on their rating, and then we will hand them to the administration and they'll take care of it. Lunch is over, where is it?
Professional development. Go down the hallway, and then it'll be the second door to the left.
or afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Boykin. We appreciate you coming today. I'm not sure if Ms. Furr told you how we're doing this, but we'll give you 15 minutes to give you a sort of a presentation, and then the board will have 15 minutes to ask you any questions. We're trying to stay on schedule. We appreciate you coming on a Friday afternoon. Back in the early 80s, I used to work for a law firm, and the attorneys usually didn't work on Friday afternoon, so we appreciate you coming here. All right, you can go ahead, sir.
Well, once again, good afternoon, everyone. I'm with one of the founding partners with Boykin and Davis Law Firm. The firm has existed for 20 years. Prior to that time, I started a firm called Childs and Duff. Anybody who remembers that firm will be dating yourself. And I worked with that firm for about 4 years. And do I need to speak into the microphone? Please. Oh, okay.
We're being broadcast, that's why.
Oh, anyone who remembers Childs and Duff remembers that about 4 years into my tenure there, which is around 95, 96, the firm split up. And I went with Dave Duff. And that firm, I stayed there until really 2005 when I left there and started my own firm. But if we look at the school law firms, I've worked with most of the personnel in most of those firms. If you talk about Mahoney, Williams, and those, that's what was left of the Childs firm. So I started off with them. If you're talking about Dave Duff, then that's who I work with. If you're talking about Andrea White, I'd worked with him. So we all know each other. Prior to law school, for what it's worth, I worked in local government for a master's in public administration. Those skills, I believe, came in handy when you, as a community, were going through your consolidation. Right. A lot of public administration principles were applied as we brought together two organizations, we brought together multiple communities, and multiple governing boards. And so those principles helped, a lot. But our firm does school law. We also do, I don't know if you're interested or not, higher ed law. I've done that for a number of years. I took 3 years off from Boykin and Davis to go to the state tech system, where I was chief legal counsel and helped establish the legal office for that state agency before returning back to the firm. But most of my background is K-12 education, doing everything from general school law, special education, student discipline, employment matters, and things of that nature. Oh, by the way, excuse me, I'm old. Let me give you Tierney's regrets. She has a proceeding that she is involved in, and Anaya was not able to travel, so which is why I'm solo. I'm so old, I didn't know they would let me leave Columbia without a babysitter. That's happening. So, anyway, we handle things particularly like FOIA, reductions in force, let's see what else. Any aspect of school law, dealing with government entities and things of that nature. We have also gotten involved with the Inspector General's investigations and working and helping to navigate those kinds of things. I believe, and this is awful, but it's at my own peril, I'm happy not to prolong it. Looking around, many of you know exactly who I am. You're familiar with the firm. Some of you for just under 2 years, but some of you for well over 4 years. And so let me just throw it up and answer any questions that you might have, or let me say, respond to any questions you might have. Whether I answer them or not, I don't know. And that's the lawyer in me, making sure that my flanks are covered.
Okay. Board members, you have a question?
I do have a question.
Mr. Boynton, it's nice to see you, and please tell Ms. Goodwin that we send our best wishes to her,
Thank you.
and your other staff members, of course, too. This is the question, this is about, how did that get, okay, hello. Sorry. Anyway, this is about when we were interviewing the superintendent candidates.
Yes.
Is there a law or a rule that you have to ask every candidate exactly? Candidates are sometimes interviewed initially and for a second interview. I understand that at the initial interview, you would want to ask every candidate exactly the same question.
Sure.
Is there something that says you cannot make specific questions for specific candidates that are different from the other questions for the other candidates for the second interview?
No, the law does not require it. Prudence suggested, because when you can ask a few questions, but if we go too far with a specific candidate, and it depends on the nature of the question, you know, in litigation that could become an issue. Just the type of a question. Did I get this question because of ABC? I wasn't asked this because of ABC. And so what you try to do is you try to discourage questions that could lead to or be a part of litigation. Because litigation, you know, once it starts or once it's going, then it's all open. And the other lawyers may do it differently, but my attitude is we're looking down the field, looking down range to see what are the potential pitfalls, and we try to keep board members shy of pitfalls.
Well, we appreciate that. Okay, if you have a lawyer in the room during the questioning, what is the role of that lawyer?
The lawyer should generally just observe, and if something is going, you know, wherever there should be some communications established where if something needs to be, you know, taken care of.
Like if I asked a question that was totally out of line, that person would have said, "Excuse me, that's totally out of line. Next question." Basically.
No. Whoever is presiding, there should be contact there so that it would be handled with a bit more finesse.
Okay, thank you.
When the candidates are being interviewed, say by the law firm, after the initial presentations and interviews, is there any problem with having a board member sit in on that procedure instead of just having the lawyer and the candidate? I mean, does the board not have any right to be represented?
The board arguably is represented by, and we're saying law firm, and I assume that this has to do with my organization. But I think your question is generic, going to any search. If you have anyone conducting the initial screening, that's normally done by the consultant that you have retained. Does a board member have the right? The entire process belongs to the board. The question is, does the board want to conduct that as a meeting in executive session? That's what the question is. The background information that's being ascertained initially for screening purposes is one thing. What happens though is everybody is presented to the board with recommendations, and the board can then come in and decide who they want to talk to and on what basis. If you decide or you prefer that there would be board members or a board member involved in the screening process, then that's a request, that's a discussion, and then that's prepared as to how that looks. But in working with the search firms, I serve as chair of the South Carolina Legal Services Board, and we just hired a director following a national search. And we had, I don't know whether you're familiar with Armstrong McGuire. It's a national search firm who actually conducted for us. And we were not involved in any of the initial screenings. And I was chair of the board and chair of the search committee. And when I laid eyes on the individuals, it was doing the first interview, and from that standpoint. But we had received the information, and that, so, and in some cases, there are those who would like to be involved, which is okay. But when they explained to me what the process was, practicing employment law, I thought it would be better for us not to be involved. And what we did was made sure that the consultant did not eliminate anyone. That would be the prerogative of the board itself, not prerogative of one board member that's involved saying, no, no, no. It would be the prerogative of the board itself, because if a person were eliminated and anyone could make that decision, but that decision becomes binding on the entire board. And so that is why you begin to screen, those kinds of things out from that standpoint.
Well, I was actually not referring to the screening process, but like in the final stages where you're figuring about what benefits or what requirements, that type of thing, with one candidate. Could a board member?
So that I can be clear, you're talking about negotiating whether a person is coming?
Yes.
Okay, that's a different phase in the process itself. My experience and my preference based on my background, I allowed the consultant to handle the entire negotiation without the board being there, because it would be a recommendation that would ultimately come back to the board. And so the only decision that the board makes in that process is in a duly called meeting responding to the recommendation itself. And so that shielded us as a board from other comments that might have been made during the process, because we aren't bound by decisions that process would have generated unless it came before the board in a full vote. And and that's hyper technical, but as an employment lawyer trained in employment law and looking at where things can go afoul, that is why I did it that way. And my board is, you think your board is interesting. The Legal Services Board is over half lawyers. Everybody has an opinion about everything. And so we wanted to take it and make sure that at the end of the day, there were no strings left, out there to be able to take us forward.
Mr. Boykin.
Yes, sir.
Do you have an attorney on your staff that handles, or do any of y'all handle immigration cases for like foreign national teachers?
Yes, we can do immigration, but we'll talk with you about that. We've done it in the past. We tend to prefer to, and let me give the purpose of this. I have been certified as an immigration attorney. Okay. We prefer to have outside counsel do the immigration piece. If someone wants us to do it specifically, we can do it. Tyranny has done immigration work, and of course, having a certification or being, registered with the immigration court in Charlotte, from that standpoint. So, yeah, we can handle the immigration piece if necessary.
Any other questions? Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm sorry, I'm
Sure.
perseverating, but I know when we went through our interview process, we voted and we made a suggestion about the selected candidate.
Sure.
And then the lawyer contacted that person.
Yes.
And then I don't remember, I must have misunderstood you. Did you say that generally that lawyer comes back and makes a recommendation?
based on that negotiating conversation?
The lawyer brings whatever comes from that conversation back. to
But
the
it's not
board.
necessarily a recommendation, it's just this is what that person said.
We will give a recommendation on request.
Oh. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Boykin, what, in general, what would you say is your firm's, I guess, outlook on how you approach helping boards with making decisions? So like if there's any process that we are all unfamiliar to, like what is your approach to like how that should be best be handled? Like, so I guess, so we've had, you know, anywhere from superintendent searches to like, you know, just coming up with an apparatus for the superintendent performance evaluation. So like in those areas where we're, you know, trying to figure out, or we're coming together to try to figure out a way forward, like is it our lawyer's job to like tell us, and you know, of course you're giving your recommendation, but like are you supposed to, I guess, specifically give us the details or come up with the way that we should do that, or is it the board's responsibility to come up with those things?
The process and the decisions all rest with the board. What we tend to try and do is to educate the board on what is seeking to be accomplished with the process. And it may sometimes seem confusing, but we do not answer questions that determine the outcome. We leave those questions to the board. And so, yeah, we'll give you option after option, but at the end of the day, it's yours. Because those are programmatic issues, and it's what is the board most comfortable with from that standpoint. But, so, is that responsive to your question? Is that answering?
Yes.
From there?
Yeah.
And I appreciate these questions because I'm kind of understanding where things are. And yeah, we try to make board members aware of what it is that, you know, what are the elements of what they're doing, and let them make their decision from there. I try to avoid making a recommendation that determines what the board is going to decide.
Right.
I just lost my train. I had another question. Give me a second.
All right. In your settlement, you know, for pending lawsuits, and hopefully, I don't think we have any pending lawsuits, do we, Mr. Ulmer? But in your settlement conferences, who do you deal with? Do you deal with the superintendent, or do you deal with the board chair? What's the history of how you have dealt with that?
Okay, you have an insurance company, the School Board Insurance Trust, and the company with your relationship decides on the firm that will do the representation. And with your contract, the insurance company retains most of the authority to settle the matter. If you would want to be apprised of certain things before they're settled, you let the carrier know, then the carrier would direct us to do it that way. Some districts want to be aware of it. I've had one district that came, they wanted to control the litigation 100%, and so they opted not to have the insurance company carry. They funded the entire litigation as a school district itself, and I, you know, of course, we represented that. So, and I'm going to put a fine point on the response to you. If it's insurance litigation, your contract, if it's with the School Board Insurance Trust, is that generally they have the responsibility for resolving the matter because they are doing it based on, you know, what's economically feasible and those kinds of things. if you want to be involved, you can always be advised, but if you want to be involved prior to having the matter resolved, you let them know, and then they will be the ones to tell the lawyer, this is what we want to see.
So does your firm act as, does your firm act as a liaison with the insurance company, I guess is what I'm asking?
We can act as a liaison if that's what the client, that would be the school district, if that's what the school district wants. And it ranges in different sizes. If Bamberg wants the school board's trust to keep them posted on what's going on, with the litigation, they let the school board's trust know, and the school board trust, with any attorney that's appointed, will say, this is what the client wants, and this is what we would like to see.
Okay, thank you.
How many other school boards or school districts do you serve in South Carolina?
When we look at the type of things we do, we're probably about 7 or 8, because we do we represent in litigation in a number, we do advisement in a number of things of that
nature. What is the I guess what is your firm's stance on providing response or your responsiveness to questions, or how does that work with, I guess, in conjunction with like fees and things of that sort? So like if I in general had a question, or if the superintendent had a question, or the board chair had a question, they reach out to you or via phone or via email, or like can you talk a little bit about like how you all respond and how you communicate with the board, or what should be our communication process?
If I'm contacted by any board member, I will generally respond to that board member, but I will copy the city chair, with whatever my response is. And it's whether I'm charging or not, but it's a matter of courtesy, and it's a matter of you are colleagues, so you are entitled to the information. So there's no secret communication between me and any particular board member. That's why the chair is involved, and that board member and the chair can decide on how it goes from there. If the superintendent should contact me about a question, I look at that as being at the superintendent level. So I will deal directly with the superintendent. If the superintendent asks me to respond to the principal, I will respond to the principal, or respond to HR, I'll respond to HR, but the superintendent will be copied in both of those. So the organizational communication, to put a fine point on it, organizational communication will be to the individual that contacted me and to the senior most person copied, so that communication is included from there.
So what if I call your firm and we have a conversation, then that's billed by how long we discuss the problem?
Generally, if you call, and I don't recall, that depends on, associates are really, they should bill whatever comes in, and we decide whether we're going to bill the client or let it go. But as for me, someone calls me, generally there's no bill that's generated from it unless it's something, it gets pretty intense. If it gets intense, I will let the chair and the superintendent know exactly what's going on and see whether or not I need to do research on it, or the entire board needs this information, because you have somebody who feels pretty strongly about this, and this person may need to have clarity, but not just this person, but the entire board may need to be clear on that issue. So that's how we would do that. So to put a fine pin on it, we try to communicate with whoever communicates with us, and we try to do it in a way that doesn't cost anything, but we try to do it in a way that does not further a misunderstanding, but keeps everybody with the same information and keeps it within the same group.
Well, what if the high school's having a career day, for example?
Yes.
Would you send a representative, or would we have to pay for the representative to come to career day?
That's a part of our public service. So if there was a career day, we were invited then we'll have somebody cover it. That's not a charge.
Is there a typical, do you have any sort of policy or guideline on response time? Like if we reach out to you, how quickly will you get back with us?
We try to respond as quickly as possible. It depends on what the matter is and, you know, when it comes through. The rule that I like to work by, Amelia is my paralegal, and I always ask people to correspond directly with Amelia, copy me, or me, copy Amelia. And because where her job allows her to check emails. For example, you know, I've been away from emails now probably for about 2 hours. But if there's something that I need, when I open up my phone, there'll be a text from her saying that you need, she'll let somebody know that I'm in a meeting and not available until, you know, about this time. And then there's nothing there. But I ask people if they don't mind, please, let's correspond with me as well as my paralegal, because paralegals are in the office. They are, you know, usually a few minutes away from their computer, and we'll see. But if like a few weeks ago, I was in a trial, and you simply cannot sit in court looking at your phone, and so there will be breaks. So what will happen is I will look, and there will be a text message telling me this is what's going on. But the person will have been told that I am in trial or in court, and would not be able to respond until after, you know, break occurs.
Do you have someone on your staff that's like an expert in special education law?
Okay, I'm going to give you a technical answer.
Okay.
Because the law requires it.
Right.
South Carolina does not recognize the status of expert in.
Okay.
Okay. So but experience with yes. Tyranny and I, and Anaya is learning, but Tyranny and I work quite well with special education. We've done it for a number of years.
All right. Thank you. Any other questions? Did you figure out your other question, Naomi, or did you already ask?
I asked him.
Okay.
That was the question that I asked.
All right, thank you. Mr. Boykin, thank you for your time and wow, we've been brief. That's good. Yes, sir.
What are you looking for?
We are looking for, and you're currently our attorney. But of course, as you know, we have a new board, have a new sitting superintendent and a new chair. And so we are looking at several different law firms. We are looking for responsiveness. We are looking to have an attorney that everyone is comfortable with either picking up the phone and calling the law firm, especially the superintendent. As you know, I was a superintendent at one time, and there were sometimes we had different law firms represent us during my tenure, and there were sometimes I could get a hold of the attorney, and then there were sometimes I couldn't. And that can be a problem when you've got an employee laying on the floor from a slip and fall, or someone who's had a DUI, and you need to determine whether you're going to put this person on administrative leave, and you got parents hollering and screaming and carrying on. So I think the biggest thing, and from the administrative point of view, is being responsive and being very quick in your responsiveness, but with also with the due diligence of making a sound legal advisement.
Sure.
That's basically is that. I mean, some of the board members may have opinion on something else, but is that sort of concise?
I appreciate that. That's the only question I have.
Yes,
And
sir.
certainly I've enjoyed working with you guys, and I will wish you well in whichever way you go. And know that we're always available, and we're comfortable with our knowledge and our service. If we know something that you're concerned about, if you communicate it to us, we will definitely be responsive to it. But if there's something that has not been communicated to us, then it would be kind of difficult for us to be able to respond. But thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Boykin.
Yeah.
Have a safe trip back.
Appreciate your coming.
Okay, what's next? The day is not as long as it was.
This what?
The day is not as long as it was.
Oh, yeah, we only have 3 more.
When you got here at 9 this morning, you thought, oh my gosh, I'm not gonna make it, but we're almost there.
Yeah.
Oh, there's some on getting a little pale, I see. Those eyes are getting red. What you got?
But y'all get your cookie. There was one for
I hope you-
listed cases that they had litigated. I can't remember which one it was.
Hopefully you're not a diabetic.
He made a good point.
Ma'am?
He made a good point. You don't tell them what the issue is.
Yeah.
Now they gonna know.
Do what?
That's what
Yep. I didn't hear.
Don't tell them. Ready to jump.
Have you got any work done? Have you got any work done?
Yeah, I got a little bit.
This is the group that has so many education connections with all the individuals.
Who? Moore Bradley.
Howden, Mahoney. There's 12 of them, and probably half of them have education in this association history.
I'm sorry. Not watching my clothes. Watching my
I got one other comment.
What?
I thought we was having a session about setting up subcommittees and.
Well, I knew that it was about this, but, and these are some where questions and I have things.
everybody see this, Simmons Park Cemetery dedication they're doing in Bamberg?
What about
That
it?
is April the 12th, and, it's right across from, what do you call that, the walkway and Veterans Park.
Oh,
Anyway,
is it the little cemetery right on the other side by
right
Nancy?
there on the corner by Nancy Foster's old house.
What about it?
You see the little wooden crosses out there?
Uh-huh.
I wanna say there's over 100. These are black and white soldiers that have been buried there. They had some guy come in and, he was able to map out the grave sites and stuff. And it is being dedicated on April the 12th. Let's see what time. We started out as a garden club project, and it got to be a little bit more complicated because we realized the history. And we wanted to get it right. So it was now adopted by a group. It's the corner of Highway 78 and Park Street. If anybody's interested.
I think I'll be out of town.
And it'll be at 5:30 in the afternoon. Candlelight service, Simmons Park Cemetery. It'll be like a dedication, candlelight. And we have, soldiers, black and white from the
Oh, is that
Confederacy and all.
Broxton's Bridge?
Nope. Just right here in town.
Oh, yeah, I think we're ready. Are y'all ready?
Socialist degree.
Oh, and we are putting some crosses out there.
The board.
Oh, that's nice.
Are y'all ready? Okay, come on.
It'll be at the garden club. Hello.
Come on in.
Yeah, come on in. Good afternoon.
Good
Nice
afternoon.
to see you.
Thank you for coming. Appreciate you coming on a Friday afternoon. I told the other representative of the law firm, I used to work for a law firm back in the early 80s, and lawyers didn't work on Friday afternoons. But we do appreciate you coming.
Yes, sir.
I know that you have a busy schedule. I'm David Corder. I'm the board chair of the Bamberg County School Board, and we appreciate you coming here and taking the time to present to us.
Yes,
So I don't know if Ms. Spur has told you of how we're doing things. We'll give you about 15 minutes to do your little spiel, and then we'll have 15 minutes where the board members will ask questions. And our technology director, Mr. Ricky back there, he's gonna be our timekeeper.
All right.
All right, so please
Yes, sir.
proceed.
Well, Mr. Chairman Corder, Superintendent Ulmer, and trustees, thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. I appreciate the invitation to tell you a little bit about my law firm and the services that we can offer the Bamberg County School District. I'm happy to talk to you about our qualifications and legal experience, and tell you the things that I have done for the Lexington County District 2 School Board that I currently represent. The Moore Bradley Myers Law Firm is in West Columbia. That's our main office. It's been around since 1971. It was established as a small town law firm, but it has a statewide reach. We have offices in Saluda and Sumter, and we have clients and cases all over the state. And we handle matters in magistrate's court all the way up to the state Supreme Court. We handle things in administrative law court and federal court. So we're primarily a litigation firm, but we also represent some municipalities and some school districts. I represent Lexington School District 2. One of my partners, Bradley, represents Lexington Richland 5 School District. I represent the town of Irmo. Mr. Bradley represents the town of Springdale, and Mr. Moore, our senior partner, also represents the School District 2 in Lexington and the town of Irmo, and has represented other municipalities throughout the Midlands. So we do have a good bit of experience with governmental agencies and school districts in our representation. We have 11 partners and 5 associates. I think in my previous submission, I said 12. We had a partner who's retired recently. But we are the largest law firm in Lexington County, so we can provide lots of different types of services. Primarily expect we'll have 4 attorneys that can be assigned to Bamberg County School District. I would be the primary attorney if required. I've been practicing law for 23 years, again, primarily with litigation, but I've been representing Lexington School District 2 for about 4 years and the town of Irmo for the same amount of time. Ward Bradley, my partner, he's been practicing law for 30 years. He's been taking care of the town of Springdale as their town attorney for 8 years, and the Lexington Richland 5 School District for the last 4 years. Mr. Jake Moore Sr. is a senior partner in our law firm. He's been practicing law for 50 years. He's been representing Lexington County District 2 for over 10 years, and he's been the Irmo Town attorney for 30 years. And we have an associate, Callie Jumper, who is a young lawyer, and she's been assisting me with both Town of Irmo matters and Lexington School District 2 matters. So she would also be available to assist with Bamberg County School District matters. Mr. Moore and Mr. Bradley have extensive experience in litigation across state and federal courts. And we provide, these other school districts that we represent are bigger and have more than one law firm that they have on retainer and receive services from. So I have not provided every single service to Lexington District 2, but I've been involved in a lot of the services that have been provided and have had involvement with services provided by other law firms. And so we primarily serve as general counsel, and we coordinate with the other law firms that represent those districts. And then on the occasions there are needs for a one-off representation, like a bond issue or a real estate closing. We identify outside counsel who can handle that. Those are specialized things that my firm does not do. And while I would be the primary attorney, Mr. Moore, Mr. Bradley, and Ms. Jumper would be available to cover any meeting for me that I would not be able to attend, and they may also provide some legal services back from our office. I took a moment to review about a year's worth of your meeting minutes, and what I want to share with you is my experience with services I've provided to Lexington School District 2, because they've been through a lot of the same things that your district has experienced in the last year. And it's a district that has 2 high schools, so it is similar in that regard. We've just had a superintendent retire. I've helped negotiate a contract with an interim superintendent. Mr. Moore has handled previous superintendent search and superintendent evaluation, so we're familiar with those processes. I handle some of the more complicated FOIA responses in conjunction with the district's chief information officer. And I help with wording for agenda items for executive session and advise on First Amendment issues that come up with social media usage by board members and public participation issues that might come up in board meetings. Assist with board policy review and amendments. Lexington District 2 just went through over a year-long process of updating all of its board policies, and it was a big undertaking. And a different firm handled the bulk of that, but I was asked occasionally to give legal advice on some of those amendments and updates to board policies. And I've helped write some board policies and some amendments to those policies. So I'm familiar with that process. And I've also given legal advice in executive session on proposed amendments. And with the blessing of the board, I have also assisted individualized board members if they have a particular policy that they want to put forth for a vote or an amendment that they want to put forth to a vote. I've assisted individual board members in drafting those types of proposed policies. Lexington 2 has also recently built a brand new district office at the Performing Arts Center. So I saw them have to move all their offices into a new one, and that can cause some disruption. They've also had to go through a process of coming up with guidelines and policies for communities, the community use of district facilities. And I know that's a big deal. And when you have a new facility, you want to show it off and let the community see it. And so I know that's important. I've helped with that. I've helped Lexington District 2 manage some of its real estate assets for its long-range facilities planning, both acquisition and in selling. Again, we don't handle the closings, but I was involved with the realtor, working on the contracts, and also ended up having to do a quiet title action for one of the properties. So that's another service that we offer. Lexington 2's also had to deal with spending down ESSER funds and having to figure out how to deal with fund balance and budgeting processes. I know that's a big deal, and it's always can be problematic. So I've seen Lexington 2 go through that. Unfortunately, they've had some schools in that district not get very good ratings on the district and school state report cards, and they're very committed to trying to improve that, as I know Bamberg County School District is as well. So that's another similarity between the districts. I attend student disciplinary hearings and handle those on behalf of Lexington 2 when the student is represented by counsel. That's certainly something I can do for this school district. Also review contracts with administrators and vendors as needed, and I'm happy to do that for Bamberg County School District. Attend regular board meetings and special called meetings if that's needed, and also can provide parliamentary procedure guidance if requested. And the board and the superintendent and other administrators have my cell phone number and my email, and I'm easily accessible either way, and I would be happy to provide that access to Bamberg County School District board members and administrators if needed. And so that is kind of an overview of the services that I have provided to another school district that I'd be happy to provide for Bamberg County School District. And if I'm not familiar on how to do something, one of my partners would be. And so we would be honored to have the opportunity to represent Bamberg County School District. And growing up, the only thing I knew about Bamberg was that Luke Wilson was from here. Yeah. I was a Braves fan, and so I didn't like the Mets, but I did pay attention to him because I was a Lukey. And in doing some research, I realized that Bamberg Earhart Red Raiders won state championship in football. We're 15-0, only undefeated team in the state. That's just amazing. And the girls track and field won the state championship last year, and the Vikings boys basketball team won the state championship. So it's very exciting and impressive for a district this size to have that many state champions in 1 year. And I know sports are a big part of school life. They were a big part of my school life in high school. And I grew up in a small town, and the high school where I grew up was just one high school in the town. There's 3 high schools in that district now. One of the things that I like about that and the town I grew up in, Lexington 2, is it's a small, tight-knit community and group, and a lot of the teachers and some of the administrators were students in the district, and some of the board members were students in the district, and some board members are former teachers and coaches in the district. And we've got families that have generations of teachers and coaches in the same family that are in that district. Some of this may be the case here, they're teachers who are related to board members, and that can sometimes create issues, but in a small district, that happens, and it's just part of who you are, and generally speaking, it doesn't create problems. But and a lot of the teachers in Lexington stay there, and it really feels like a family, and I like that a lot. And I get the sense that this district is similar in that way, that it's like a family, and that you are proud of your schools and your teachers and your students and your teams, and you should be. And I'd very much like the opportunity to be part of your district, and I'm happy to answer any questions that y'all might have.
Okay, thank you. Board members, do you have some questions? Yes, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Imagine, I have a question. Hi. It's nice to meet you.
Yes, ma'am. Nice to meet you.
We did go through a superintendent evaluation, and then we've gone through a superintendent hiring. If you were to be our representative,
Yes.
our legal person, to what extent would you be involved in those two processes? And what guidance would you be providing?
Yes, ma'am. I'd be happy to be as involved as the board would like for me to be. What
Well,
we
you
have
can
done.
understand that we were an ignorant board who did not know anything about it.
Oh, yes, ma'am. Well, we have created, Mr. Moore, the senior partner in our office, he helped create an evaluation template that Lexington 2 has used. And it's, unfortunately, has been through a few superintendents in the last few years. And he basically helped create this template for evaluation, and he performed the evaluation himself the first time. And I think he's handed that over now to the board chair. I think the board chair participated in it. But I'd be happy to bring that template and either perform the evaluation or, in conjunction with the board chair or whatever members of the board would be involved in that process. My most recent experience, we elevated the head of HR, the Lexington 2 elevated the head of HR to interim superintendent. So the board was already very familiar with her, and they did not do a separate evaluation process. But they may if she becomes the superintendent. She's currently the interim superintendent. But I'd be happy to bring that template and share it, and we can modify it in any way that would suit Bamberg County School District.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have, or did you have an associate or somebody on your staff that has experience with immigration of foreign national teachers?
No, sir, we do not.
Okay, so that would have to be.
Yes, sir, I would have to engage outside counsel for that.
Okay.
That is pretty highly specialized
Yes.
field of practice there. But I do know an immigration attorney that is in either Lexington or Saluda County that I know one of my partners works with from time to time out of our Saluda office.
How about special education issues?
Yes, sir, I know that's a growing area for a lot of districts. I do not personally have experience with IEP programs or hearings. Our Lexington 2 has a pretty robust special education offering. I've made some connections there with some teachers and administrators. That is not something I have much personal experience with, but Mr. Bradley in my office has more experience with that, and I've also developed relationships with some of the other law firms that do represent Lexington 2 that primarily focus on special education issues that I could use for guidance in those matters.
Could you give us just a flavor of your communication style? Like what's your law firm like? If we have, as board members have questions, or if our superintendent has questions, like what is the expectation for responsiveness?
Yes, ma'am, a very good question. I know that lawyers do not have a great reputation sometimes for being able to catch them or get a call back from them. And I take that very seriously with all my clients, but especially with my municipal clients, government agencies, school districts, because I know how important it is to get an answer when you need one. And like I said earlier, I give out my cell phone number. Sometimes I can't answer. I might be in court or in another meeting, but I may be able to text. I'm very responsive by email. I can check that after hours. I would be the primary contact, so you would have my cell phone, my regular phone number, my email, paralegals, which her phone number is the same, her email as well. And then I would certainly give you at least Ms. Jumper's contacts, and then if it is a specific task that Mr. Moore and Mr. Bradley are helping with, I can provide their contacts as well. But I generally, if I'm not in a meeting or in court, I pick up my phone when I get a call. I'm not always able to do that, but I check my messages and I call back as soon as I can. And sometimes it might not be until the next day, but I try to return all my calls within 24 hours. I try to get to emails sooner than that. I can't always do it, but that's my goal, is to return every call and respond to every email within at least 24 hours if I'm not able to take it right away. But you would have all of my contacts and my paralegal's contacts and Ms. Jumper's contacts. She because she is an associate, she is more likely to be in the office than the partner. So if you had a question, she might be the only one in the office who could respond.
The most, excuse me, districts our size use the retainer rather than.
Yeah, so the other school districts, and I'm only familiar with the two that we represent, they pay us a monthly retainer. And we provide the services, you know, some months we might not do as much, and some months we might do more, and I think kind of evens out. My understanding from Ms. Devon is that Bamberg County School District has been paying an hourly rate for its legal services. And so I included that in the proposal based upon an hourly rate from me, one from Mr. Moore, one from Mr. Bradley, and one from Ms. Jumper. But for budgeting purposes, if the district believes it's better and easier to do a flat monthly retainer, I'm certainly open to that, and that's how we currently bill the other school districts that we represent.
Definitely leave that up to the financial officer.
Yes.
In pending litigation and/or settlement of conferences with a litigant, who do you communicate with primarily? Do you communicate with the superintendent, the board chair, who?
Yes, sir. And so far, what I have done, I've communicated with either the superintendent or whoever the superintendent designates me to communicate with. Most of the time, the litigation is handed off to the Insurance Reserve Fund, and they have contracts with outside counsel to handle those litigation matters. I've asked that when that happens, that I get copied on correspondence and stay involved, just so I know what's going on with those cases. And sometimes the board has wanted me to go to the mediations with the lawyers who are doing the litigation. Happy to do that. I can be as hands-on as the board would like for me to be. You know, litigation is really my background, and I enjoy that. So to whatever extent the board or the superintendent would want me to be involved with litigation, I'm happy to do that. And but in my experience, I have communicated updates about the litigation with the superintendent, or if it's an assistant or admin, if it's an area that they focus on. Like sometimes if it's a real estate related litigation, I might deal with a different administrator, but I can do. I realize this is a smaller district; there might not be as many people in the picture, so I can communicate with whomever the board would like for me to. But that has been how I've handled it so far.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
I have difficulty with words sometimes, so please
Okay.
bear with me.
Yes.
I'm one of the older souls in the group, but I'm also in with the last group that was elected. But I think if I understand you correctly, you said that if you were to take a package to a potential new don't take offense, I'm just, Mr. Ulmer, I'm just throwing this out here. Because we did seek a superintendent a while back. And you were to go with a package to present to them. I think you said that there's a potential for a board member going along as well to sit in on that.
Yes,
to make
ma'am.
sure negotiations
Yes,
are
ma'am.
as we had asked. Is there a law that could not be videoed and brought back to the group
It's a good question. So the negotiation could be videoed?
so that it's presented as we desired?
Just think about that for a minute. In my the one time I have done a negotiation, it was with the woman who's now the interim superintendent. She was the head of HR at the time, and was actually, well, take that back. She was the acting superintendent because the superintendent retired, and then we negotiated her to become the interim superintendent. And I was involved directly in those negotiations with her lawyer, and the board chair. Those negotiations were handled by email and in person, but they were not videoed, and they were done actually during executive session time, so they could not be recorded. But if the Bamberg County School District wanted the negotiations to be FOIAble or a matter of public record, I would, and maybe there is a policy that says they're supposed to be. We could make that policy if that's what you want it to be. Generally speaking, from a FOIA standpoint, the drafts of contracts are not FOIAble. You're not disclosable in FOIA, but the final contract, once signed, would be. So a policy that is maybe in contradiction of FOIA, but it wouldn't be illegal. Just, you can disclose a lot of things if you want to. The FOIA statute allows you to not disclose certain things. But in my experience, normally negotiations are, I know they're not disclosable under FOIA, and just the final contract is once it's signed. But if that's what the board wants, and just as long as everybody understands that going into the negotiation, it could certainly be videotaped.
I just didn't know whether
Yes,
it was legal, illegal, or policy,
Sure,
a policy that you would have to develop.
Right. I would recommend that if the board doesn't already have a policy that covers that, the board create such a policy. Now, the laws that it could possibly run afoul of would be the state and federal wiretap statutes. But if the only people in the room are the ones who are participating in the conversation, reporting it, and everyone knows that it could be used, I guess, for FOIA purposes later, then it would not run afoul of those two statutes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? How quick is your response time or the turnaround time? For instance, if Mr. Ulmer has a personnel issue in which he has to place somebody on administrative leave and he needs some guidance from our attorneys, or you have a case in which an employee slips and falls, or a parent or the superintendent, God forbid, is served with papers of a lawsuit. How quickly do y'all respond to the administration when they have questions, concerns, or being threatened with a pending lawsuit?
Yes, sir. I realize that's very important. I respond as quickly as I can, especially if it's litigation related, because I know if you don't respond, usually you have 30 days. If it's a lawsuit, a civil suit, you've got 30 days to file an answer, or you can be held in default, and the consequences of that can be severe. So I understand how important it is to respond quickly. I think the administration with Lexington would tell you I respond very quickly, because I understand how important it is. And I know that if I were in Mr. Ulmer's shoes or board shoes and I had a legal question I needed an answer to, I would want to get it very quickly. And so it's not like you're coming off the street and we don't have a relationship. If I'm the district's attorney, I'm the district's attorney, and you can get in touch with me when you need to. And so if for whatever reason I can't answer the phone or answer the email right away, I do scan my emails and my messages throughout the day, and if I see it's one from the school district or the town of Irmo, it is the first one that I respond to. So while I may not be able to answer it right away, I'll try to return the call the same day, certainly by the next day. And again, email is a good way to get me after hours. If you are served with a summons complaint, you scan and email that to me, and I can review it, when I'm at home that night and call the next morning with my advice on it. And normally for lawsuits, we would submit it up the chain to the insurance reserve fund to see if they would take over defense of it, or sometimes it's the SCISBIT. But we would, if they don't or can't, then we would file a notice of appearance and an answer on behalf of the district, and handle it like we do any other litigation matter that we have.
Thank you. You also does y'all's firm also do like private litigation?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We do. That's primarily what we do.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Mainly torts?
Yes, sir. So we do a lot of civil litigation and criminal litigation.
Okay.
We do personal injury, contracts, business litigation. We represent a lot of small businesses. We do construction litigation. I've got partners that do family law. And we also do some transactional things, wills and trusts, probate work, LLC formation, and criminal defense. So that the firm started, we would take anybody that whatever came off the street.
Right.
is how we kind of built the firm, and we still do that. We represent a lot of regular people who never had a lawyer, had to hire a lawyer before.
Right. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I worked for a firm like that back a long time ago.
Yes, sir.
And it was pretty tough, man. I mean,
Yes, sir.
How many school districts do you all work with right now in South Carolina?
Two. Yes, in Lexington School District 2, which is Airport and Brooklyn Casey High Schools, and in Lexington, Richland 5, which is Irmo, Dutch Fork, and Chapin.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
You know what? Thank you so much for coming.
Yes, sir. Well, thank you.
We appreciate it,
Yeah.
and we'll, we're also talking to several other firms, and hopefully at the April board meeting, the superintendent is going to make a presentation a recommendation to us, and we'll go from there.
Yes, sir.
But thank you for your time.
Appreciate
You're
it.
very welcome. Thank y'all so much for the invitation. I appreciate your time. I hope y'all have a great weekend.
You
All
too.
right, you too. Thank you.
Hope the Gamecock girls win.
Oh, they got it.
God, it's gonna be a battle, isn't it?
Did you watch the UFC game? They had it from the very beginning.
The
Southern
USC.
Carolina had it from the beginning.
Yes, I watched it.
Southern California, yeah.
Yes.
It's
Do
like
we?
the final score is 101-60.
Well, how about the previous game? It was like they won by, or the other.
It's funny,
by 30
the
points
attorneys
or
go
something.
quicker than,
But then I watched some of Houston men last night, and they're so good. They couldn't buy a basket. They could not buy one, and they got beat.
Yeah. That the Purdue.
Purdue won, yeah.
Yeah.
excuse me.
So you think each one of these firms will only send like one person in? I really expected more than that. Y'all
I don't know.
I didn't
think more than one person would come
I don't
for the
know.
law firms?
Well, I guess
billable hours.
he was the one that would be dealing,
Right.
if we hired his firm,
Yeah.
he would be the one dealing with.
They do a lot of stuff. mean,
I
that's-
think Liz
That's-
Chitty Castles is one that he deals with. She's on the board at Lexington. You remember Jerry Chitty? I don't remember Jerry Chitty from,
He lived here years ago.
was he
right?
from Ola?
I thought he lived in Bamberg.
Well, he did, but I mean, he grew up in Ola. Oh,
Who was the name?
God, y'all are so young.
Well, we are,
No,
and
we
I've
have-
only lived in over 35 years.
We had Coach Chitty one. Is
That's
that
what
you're
I'm
saying,
talking
Coach
about.
Chitty?
His daughter is on the board in Lexington, and
Oh.
one of the people he communicates with is Liz Castles,
Okay.
and that's Liz Chitty Castles.
I remember Coach Chitty, his wife
Yeah.
was a teacher. I
Yeah,
remember them
Betsy.
well. Okay.
I didn't make that connection, but
You might not have seen
Did
the,
they have a son?
yep, they have.
What was his name? It seems like I remember a son that lived in Ola.
No,
That
his-
could be the son.
they moved to Lexington when the two children were fairly young.
Oh, well, that's not him.
Uh-uh.
I knew a Chitty that lived in
But
Ola.
I think I'm pretty sure he grew up in Ola.
You knew Alton McCullough and Marie.
Oh, yeah.
Is that their house over there across the street?
Marie's?
Mhm.
And Marie's still alive, isn't she?
And the man that lives next door took her trash can in to the back of her house the other week, and I think that's,
What now about the back of her house?
the guy that lives next door came out of his house, went up to her trash can at the end of her driveway and took it to the back of her house. And he is
Sykes,
Mr. Sykes.
Jeremy Sykes.
Yeah.
your
Jeremy.
friend, she said he's an excellent neighbor. To
Yeah,
the
I'm
web
sure he
shop.
is. I'm sure he is. Hey, Jeremy works a lot.
Yeah. I think the saddest thing I heard lately was this couple bought, I don't know if y'all know, Claudia Sandifer's house.
Whose house?
Claudia Sandifer. Oh. And they moved here from Maine, and she's a double amputee.
Okay.
And they just moved a few months ago, and he's already left her. He left her and went back to Maine.
There was supposed to have been a nanny,
Oh.
a relative that was buying that house, but the relative didn't buy it.
You think they heard him?
Oh, I don't know.
Is she nice? Would she like to be in the book club?
He turned us off. I think.
Yeah, we all.
Did he turn us off? We wouldn't be broadcast. Lord help us. That'd be awful, wouldn't it? He's already warned me. Yeah, but we wouldn't be on TV, you know. They told us a while ago it was live. Well, I guess we'll find out. This next one is White Story in Hicks. I've seen them at board conventions. cases they litigated on page 23.
What, the next people?
Hmm?
The next people? Look at page 23.
This is,
Don't say them, but that's okay.
White, Story, and Hicks. One of their cases went before the South Carolina Supreme Court.
Hmm. The second one, yeah.
Two cases, they just got the courts to drop them. They do advise on immigration and naturalization laws.
They have that in this one?
It's on page 19.
Oh.
Provide staff development at least once annually without charge.
That's interesting.
It's getting chilly in here.
It is starting to. No.
Sit on the fence.
Of council, the legal people, I think. What is the whole sentence?
Well, it's not a sentence, it's in their organizational chart. They have 2 partners, and then in the middle they've got Andrea White is of council. Let me see. One in the middle and the top.
Oh,
Then you
I don't know, I wonder if she reports to both of them or something, I don't really know. I really don't know
I think they've done more into education.
her. Hmm?
I think they've done more.
Oh, they do?
Yeah, education.
Well, I mean, she reports she's at all the school board things. Look at, I don't know what this means. Disciplinary action against the attorney or firm. None. Oh, there is a none. Didn't think there was. It is getting chilly. I might have been in my sweater, I forgot. What?
All council members. I can't find it now.
Well, hold on.
Here it is, Andrea.
What does of council mean? What does of council mean? Well, it's thinking.
Partners and of council.
She must not be,
Andrea
maybe she's
White
not a
is.
partner, I don't know. What page is that?
For form and White Stewart.
Yeah, but what page is it, Harriet, please?
White practiced with the firm of Duff and White, where she represented school districts across the state. White represented every school.
What page are you on?
9.
Same. Okay, thank you. Well. Oh, this is the wrong page.
Are you watching the NCAA games over there?
No, man, I'm not a big basketball fan, unfortunately. I don't know anything about it.
You're missing a lot. You're missing a
Everyone
lot.
tells me that.
Well, this is the, if you have any, like, inkling of wanting to know, like, this is the time to watch.
Really?
Yeah.
Like, this is all the best back. Cause you know, I don't know, like, it's, like, for me, I'm not really that big into baseball, but, like, once the championships come around, I can watch, you know, so it's like all the excitement.
Sure.
So what network would I watch that on? What's a good one?
Oh, right now it's CBS, True TV, TBS, ESPN.
Yeah,
We have
ESPN for most
ESPN.
of the girls.
Okay.
I have a friend at the beach, she's in her 80s, and when the basketball tournaments start, she has 2 giant screen TVs, and her friends come from all out of state, and all they do is sit in front of those 2 TVs and
That's
watch ball
amazing.
games.
I wanna go.
That sounds really
Can I
fun.
be her?
I said that.
I
think it's good to be engaged like that, though. They had their little social group and they had that
Oh,
common
they have
interest.
Well, you know, a long time ago, we used to have what we called the old people's football party. And a lot of us would meet at the Maxwell's and watch the Carolina football games, but they all did except me.
Here we go. Here we go. This says.
Listen, I tell you what now, my wife and I, our minds are in tune with each other. Cause she just texted me and said, you wanna get some rice and hash, fried chicken from Texas.
They probably provided.
You know, that's sort of spooky,
It's what?
sort of spooky. If she can read my mind for that, you can imagine what kind of other things she can read. Are we ready?
Are you ready?
Are we ready?
You ready?
Yes, let's move on.
Sometimes Bo will say something at the same time, but generally speaking, he says he knows me better than I know me.
So you guys never argue over what to eat for dinner?
Oh, yeah, all the time.
In our house, it's whoever will cook is what really eats. Usually me.
You know I do 90% of the cooking.
Oh, really?
Yes. I know. Hey,
How are you doing?
fine. I've seen y'all on TV.
That could be good, could be bad. Ryan
Yeah,
Hicks, it's good to see you. Hey, how are you? Ryan Hicks, good to see you.
Hello, ma'am. How are you?
I'm great. How are you? Nice to have you.
Thank
Hello,
you.
Ryan Hicks, good to see you.
Thank you. Good to meet you.
You as well, Ryan Hicks, good to see you.
Okay. We really appreciate you coming down here on a Friday afternoon.
Do we get a prize?
You got plenty of candy.
Did you? No, but did you bring cookies?
Well, we have.
Shame on you. That's disappointing.
You know, if you could come to
We ran out.
you could have gotten cookies at the session.
I was.
You didn't get any?
No, I didn't get any.
Well, you weren't fast enough.
Well, no, I'm trying to keep my boys' figure. And if I'd have brought them up to the room, my wife would have eaten every one of them.
It's cutthroat though.
It
They
is.
like start taking them before.
I know, I've seen that.
Yeah.
Y'all got to stop with that 80s trivia stuff. Because if you know 80s trivia, you are too old to remember that stuff as quick as you can. And I don't know what this thing is about the Golden Girls,
I
but
love the Golden Girls.
apparently so. But anyway,
Let's
I'm
not
David
get
Porter, I'm the
old.
chairman, and this is the Bamberg County School District. I only said Barnwell once this morning, but now I'm fully awake. I do appreciate, I've told all the lawyers who have been here today, I used to work for a law firm back in the early 80s, and I know that lawyers don't work on Fridays, or at least half days on Friday, and so I know that I appreciate y'all coming out like this on a Friday afternoon. But hopefully we can get out of here quick and y'all can go back to Columbia and do whatever lawyers do on their day off.
Fight more fires, probably.
Yeah. I hope Ms. Furr sort of gave you the outline of what we're doing. We're going to give y'all about 15 minutes to present, and then the board is going to have 15 minutes to ask y'all questions. We have found that we haven't had as many questions for the attorneys as we have for the other vendors, but we do appreciate y'all, and y'all can proceed.
Absolutely. Well, thank y'all for having us. It was nice. You took the back way, all the way. And for the record, we work on Fridays.
Good.
We allow people to work remotely on Fridays, but generally Ryan and I are in the office all day, and so we were working on the way up here, and we'll be working on the way home. But we founded the firm in 2017. Andrew White and I did, and Ryan and I used to work together doing plaintiff's work with Lewis Cromer. Ryan became a partner in that firm, and then I sort of started him, if you will. We worked together really well over there. We did a lot of employment work, which is how I got started with school districts. I used to sue them a good bit, okay? And I don't say that lightly. It gave me and Ryan both a unique perspective on dealing with employment matters, which is one of the things that we do for school districts like you guys. But we have a wide practice area. We do everything but school bond work, so we don't get involved in the bond work. We may help review preliminary documents and things, but we do everything from board superintendent relationships, including drafting contracts, to doing training for you all. We do employment, special ed, student discipline, contracts, First Amendment, I mean, any of those things that you can think of, we work through, okay? We feel like we're kind of a one-stop shop in that regard, but we've been around for about 8 years. Our sort of mantra is, there are not a whole lot of us up here today because we feel like we are a really solid team, and we would put one attorney on something, maybe two, depending on what's going on, but we don't have 3 or 4 people billing on one matter. You guys have a relatively small community. I'm from Chesterfield County School District. That's where I grew up. I'm proud to be from Sherall, South Carolina, home of the Braves, and free. But, you know, taxpayer transparency is really important to us as your lawyers because we know that ultimately the public can scrutinize our billing. So you're never going to see a line item. We itemize everything on our entries where you're going to have 4 or 5 people touching an item. We just don't believe in that. What do you want to share?
Yeah, so, well, I guess just briefly, Ryan Hicks. I'm from South Carolina as well. Grew up in Charleston. I graduated from Lexington High School, so a little bit bigger than Bamberg, a little bit bigger than Chesterfield and Sherall, but, you know, still a hometown boy. As Ashley said, I've spent the first about 11 years of my law practice representing employees. I think that brought me a very interesting perspective. I do a lot of litigation even now for the school board trust. That's kind of my niche. I'm definitely more of a litigation guy than a GC person of sorts. But I try to use my litigation in helping with GC, right, if we can get in front of things and prepare for it. But I think serving as a plaintiff's lawyer showed me the other side of the table, right? And sometimes, you know, what is it, keep your friends closer, enemies closer kind of mindset. So I think our office does a very good job of being practical and working with our districts. We work with a lot of districts. We are not going to do some crazy hype you up, you know, PowerPoint and shows and fireworks and things like that. I mean, I think we kind of really work by the face-to-face, communicate, pick up the phone, talk, come to our districts if they need us. We're not one of those ones that demands, well, we want to be at every board meeting and we want to interject and involve ourselves. 1, sometimes it's not practical. 2, again, it starts going to a money thing. If there's no need for us to be there, why are we just going to charge people money to sit there, you know, and things of that nature? We do have some districts that want us there, and we're happy to do that. But I think we really try to live on being easy to get a hold of. You know, we put even in our packet my cell phone number, Ashley's cell phone number. I live on my phone. I tell people all the time, call me if you need me. Trying to catch me at the office can be very difficult. I think catching any lawyer that's working, it's difficult to catch them at the office. So we give those numbers out. We have 4 more, well, including Andrew, we have 4 more attorneys in our office, and we have 2 law clerks for us now that we've offered jobs to that we intend to start working with us once they pass the bar in the fall. So we're adding some more folks to try to help, you know, expand that. I think we certainly desire to kind of stay in that more boutique, smaller, not some huge firm where our clients are just a number. We want to know our folks. But we have tried to add some folks here in the last couple of years to make sure that we have the resources and the people we need in order to serve our clients.
We also understand that obviously our responsibility is to the district as a whole, but we work at the pleasure of the board. But you all also understand that we're going to be working with your administration daily. They're the ones who are generally calling us about operational matters and things like that. But that doesn't mean that because we're calling and talking with them on a daily basis that we're not doing what is in the best interest of the school board. Okay? So we understand that. We understand sometimes that can get a little bit hairy. And that's difficult. It's challenging, but it's our job. All right? So we try to be professional about that. I will say, and I want to echo what Ryan said, we are available all the time. I have 2 children, Ryan has 2 children. My children are used to seeing me on the phone at home. As bad as that sounds, they know mommy's not here tonight because I'm at a school board meeting. They do, you're going to a board meeting tonight, aren't you? They're 8 and 4. Yes, mommy's going to a school board meeting tonight. So I say that with all due respect to my children. I love them and I want to be with them, but if y'all need something, we will be present. But we're not going to make a habit of showing up just to show up. If you want us at every board meeting, we will be here, but we don't think that's a good look for your community or for you or for us, all right? But if you really have something going on, we'll be part of that. But we do value our responsive time to clients, especially the administration. You guys know that you get a request from a media entity and we want a statement by 5 o'clock and it's 4:30. The attorney better pick up the phone at 4:31 when you call us to say, help, please, SOS. We pride ourselves in that. I think all of our clients know that if they can't get me or Ryan, they know who to call. It's almost like a phone tree. And I will say, I think it's part of what we do that, our response time is within less than 24 hours. If you call and it's, 5 o'clock today, I will text you back and say, I'm in a meeting or I have something going on. I'll call you right back. Is it 911? Do you need us right now? And we do really, that's meaningful to you all because these folks are putting out fires all day long. Y'all know that. Sometimes an employment matter can't wait 2 or 3 days. Sometimes a student issue cannot wait 2 or 3 days. And if it does wait, that's when you have to call Skizbit because you have a lawsuit now. And we work very well with Skizbit. I think I guess y'all are insured through Skizbit. Is that your insurance carrier? We do a lot of work with them. We have some other carriers that we work for as well. But we know what that looks like. So our goal is to keep you from having that lawsuit. And we can't prevent that. I would love to get up here and say, yes, we would hope that we can prevent 100% of those things, but we're a litigious society. So our goal, though, in giving you general counsel advice is to help mitigate when and if that occurs through the lawsuit process. And being able to translate that to a really solid defense if you guys are sued. Because that happens. Y'all are a relatively large employer. Y'all have 1,800 students approximately, is that right? 6 schools. So y'all have a lot of people that you serve, not just the children, but the employees that work here with you guys. So you have a wide net for liability. That's just a fact. So the goal for us is to try to do what we can to help you minimize risk so that, if you are sued, we've got you in a really good position to defend it. Anything you want to add? We're laid back.
I know, yeah.
Hopefully, we were talking about the cookies. Obviously, we try to keep tabs on the law. We present a lot of stuff. We try to make that stuff interesting. But I think in a lot of ways, we kind of let our work speak for itself. And we don't have anything more to sell than kind of who we are and what we do. And I think most people are aware of that. And we're comfortable and confident in that.
Okay. Board members, do y'all have any questions?
I know you said that you do everything except bond work, I think you said. Are there any particular areas, I know you mentioned your own personal background, but any particular parts of school law that you guys seem to really hone in on and specialize with?
Well, we do a lot of employment work because that's our traditional background. Having sued, we know what to look for. We do, and Ryan focuses a lot on that.
Yeah, definitely the employment is definitely a very strong niche for us. One of the attorneys in our office, Alex, is very, very, very big in FOIA. He does a lot of presentations for FOIA. He does some FOIA stuff for the new board course and all that stuff. He is kind of a FOIA guru, which in this day and age, we were actually sitting in my truck out there on a call with another district with a FOIA issue before we walked in here. But Alex is we deal with a lot of FOIA, but Alex has definitely taken a very strong interest in FOIA. And then I think the other area that we've kind of really started to get more and more involved in recent years, and it's, I think, kind of a developing niche more so than it was 5-7 years ago, is SPED-based stuff. Michael Davidson, who's another associate in our office, Michael was a teacher before he was a lawyer. And he has a strong interest in SPED, and we've really pushed him, as maybe not the best word, to encouraged him to learn that and gain as much information as he could in that, to try to be a sounding board for the rest of the attorneys in our office on SPED-based issues. But we really are kind of a jack of all trades. Other than bond stuff, we feel pretty comfortable in touching those. But I think for the two of us, certainly the employment aspect and the contract and all that is definitely where I'm most comfortable and have the most background in.
I will speak too for myself. I really enjoy getting in front of the school boards. I go to a lot of school board meetings. There have been months where I've been to 10+ meetings a month for various reasons. I'm not ever worried about being in public with you guys or presenting in public on an issue. and also feeling very comfortable about how to handle, complying with FOIA. So we're going into executive session for the right reasons, for what's stated on the agenda, and not straying and creating an issue for ourselves. So I really enjoy that. Hopefully though, y'all wouldn't need a lot of that. But that's something that I don't ever mind, coming to board meetings, being there, being present, and working through different issues that y'all have, and trying to help the administration convey information to y'all in a safe, confidential, and secure way.
I liked your presentation, your proposal, because it was related more to education and not just legal things. I mean, what percentage of your firm's business would you say is related to education?
95.
Well, that's what it seems like. Most everything in your proposal, I saw things like IDEA, 504, I mean, immigration.
And I would say 95, and the other 5% is really probably me for the most part. When I did employment work, I did a lot of law enforcement. So I have a number of sheriff's departments and state law enforcement agencies that I do kind of outside GC work for, almost exclusively on the employment side of it. And that's really outside of, that's it. I mean, it is almost all public sector work, other than, the handful of small businesses that, because we know somebody and they needed some work, so you step in to help.
Yeah.
But the clientele list is, it's 90 or 95% education, and the remainder of it's public sector, most of which is a handful of state agencies and, sheriff's departments or law enforcement agencies. Is pretty well it.
It was impressive. I was very impressed with your.
How about immigration issues with foreign national teachers? Do y'all deal with that?
We deal with it from the perspective of giving y'all general advice about how to handle it consistently. But if you needed someone to draft immigration documents, we don't do that in our office. That's very specialized. We would make sure to associate you with someone that can handle that appropriately. But we do have to, sometimes we get called by our clients to say, we have this opportunity to maybe hire someone on this immigration situation, or we're working with one of these groups like FACES or something, and these are some issues that are coming up. How do we navigate that generally? And we're happy to help with that.
Okay.
Yeah, and we put out some information stuff, and we've had a couple districts that we've interacted with on some immigration-based issues from the standpoint of.
Well, things that impact the students, we've had, as y'all know, the political scheme work has been challenging this past cycle with some immigration things that have bled over to students. And so we've given some guidance on that generally. And y'all may, if you go to the website, you might see our issues of the month, our issues, legal alerts. We put those out to everybody publicly, so not just to our clients. And we try to give some just general, like, these are some things you should and shouldn't do. But the immigration thing, generally as it applied to students, was a big deal earlier in the school year. We talked about that.
You said you generally go to a lot of board meetings and stuff. So do you all also just have processes in place where you are, I guess, capable of helping boards with I guess newfound processes and stuff, like anything that would probably require some legal recommendation and stuff like that?
Absolutely. So one of the things that we'll do, we talk a lot about policy, because that's one of your biggest functions as a board, is the policy makers of the school district, right? And we do policy review. We also encourage you guys to contact the association to get help with that as well. But if there's something that we see, like if I came into a board meeting and I saw something go a little funky, all right, I'm not going to call you out in front of the public, because that would A, be embarrassing, and B, I would never do that. But I might call your chair and say, hey, I saw this last night. I think this is an opportunity for you guys to improve on this. Maybe this is how I recommend that you do it. And so, I think that that's really important. But if there's something that you all have a concern about in general, all you have to do is pick up the phone, and I would tell you, any of us would tell you, and we're pretty direct. We're nice, but we're direct, and we would say, we don't advise that you do it that way. Or you can continue doing something this way, but here are the risks that are going to be associated with that. I hope that answers that question.
So how many school districts currently do you represent?
We have approximately 30, and they're all over the state. So we're sometimes, in the upper state, we're in the middle of the PD. We go down to Charleston a good bit. So it just depends on, election season. That's always a thing. We hope we hold on to districts, but also retain new ones.
But that's okay. I mean, you know, our belief is that politics doesn't really belong in education, but we'd all be
Amen.
deceiving each other if we said that it didn't exist. So we have to understand, that's something I enjoy going to board meetings and seeing sort of how everyone aligns themselves on a school board. It takes me a couple of meetings to figure that out, but once I have figured it out, I feel pretty proud of myself. But you know, but it's important, because you have to know your communities, you have to know your constituents and why they want things a certain way. And I mean, I am from a small rural community, I get it. But we also work with metropolitan districts where things look very, very different, and that's okay.
Yeah, I mean, so it's statewide, right? You've got, you know, upstate, you've got low country, you've got Midlands, but we also have some of the biggest districts, some of the smallest districts, and they all have different needs for different reasons. So I think it allows us to work across, because we're not just tied to a handful of very small districts or a handful of the really big districts and nobody else.
We treat everybody the same. Just because we work with a very large district that's close by home, we don't treat our smaller rural districts differently. I mean, I'm from Sherall. I love being the representative for Chesterfield County School District. I brag about it. I love it. They're my people. But they're going to get the same treatment that Lexington Richland 5 is going to get from us. You know, so we don't have favorites. We treat everybody like family. If one superintendent calls me, another one calls me, we'll try to take as many calls as I can. I mean, that's what we're going to do. Same for you guys.
During settlement negotiations and like during litigation, do y'all liaison with Skisbit on behalf of the district? And do y'all communicate with the superintendent, the board chair? Who do y'all do those things with?
So typically, it depends on how it initiates, right? Because typically, if the district gets a claim in, they would maybe call us and say, we're gonna go ahead and let Skisbit know about this, and they do that, and then Skisbit, depending on what the issue is more than likely gonna assign it to us if we're your general counsel, or they may. We have districts that we do litigation with that we don't serve as general counsel to. It may be a technical issue and the trust feels like our firm can handle it best. So in that scenario, we're keeping the superintendent involved, but we're also informing the board at your leisure. Some boards we talk with quarterly about litigation, some want it more frequently than that. If it involves board members, like for example, if board members are individually named in litigation, that board member has the right to know literally everything because they are a named party. So it just depends on the situation. But for example, if we were not your general counsel and Skisbit just assigned a case to us, we're going to coordinate with your administration, but also keep you guys involved because you need to know what's going on. Depending on the level and what the sensitivity is, you may have a 20,000-foot view. We're going to tell you what you need to know to make an informed decision. We are not going to be making any decisions out from underneath you, let me put it that way. We have a duty to our client, and in that regard, you know, the board is the client.
What does of counsel mean?
It depends on who you ask. It's a great question. We were
talking about this yesterday.
So it just really depends. So, you know, you may be referring to Andrea White. She's been a partner in the law firm. And y'all know Andrea. She's been around for a very, very long time. And what that means is really she has taken a reduced role in the firm as of counsel. So she is no longer a partner in the firm, but she's still involved. But we can't call her an associate because she was a partner. But we can't call her a partner anymore because technically she's not a partner. So of counsel sort of the happy medium.
I think titles are what you want to make them anymore.
Yeah, that's correct.
In a lot of ways. Yeah, I mean, she's still working, but she's not tied or, you know, some people would say married to the firm anymore, I suppose.
Yeah.
You can call me whatever you want.
Do what?
You can call me whatever you want. How about that?
Any other questions?
Any other questions?
I just want to tell y'all the first firm that's answered most of my questions in your presentation. I appreciate that. So that's good. It's good that y'all did that.
We appreciate being here with you guys, and just from us, you know, no matter how this shakes out, we appreciate the work that y'all do for your students, for your community. Being a board member is a thankless task. We know that because we see it. We come to see y'all, we work with you guys, and it's a lot of work. If you're doing it the right way, it's a lot of work. And your administration, they work really hard too. And so from one public school graduate to the board members, thank y'all. We appreciate it. And you know, we wish y'all the best of luck as y'all move everything forward for your children. I think y'all's mission statement says something about empowering every child every day or something like that. We really hope that y'all continue to do that because that's really important.
Thank you.
We tried.
Thank you. All right, yeah, short and sweet.
We might take a nap in the truck on the way back.
Get to the point.
Thank y'all so much.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Wow, we're almost like 30 minutes above ahead
How about
schedule.
that?
Great, great.
What we have one more.
Y'all have a great afternoon.
All right.
Bye.
What, we have one more? Yeah.
That's what steroids look like. I said, what are you doing? She said, I'm on prednisone.
This is Howard and my homie. They have so many names, I can't even write them all.
Oh, they're here? Wow, they came early.
Well, are we gonna start, right? Is there time for a bathroom break?
Ma'am,
Bathroom break? Is there time?
if you need to,
I'll take it down.
yeah, if y'all need to go, you might as well. Okay, well, some of the board members need to take a bathroom break. Okay, thank you. Okay, all right.
Just remember to use the bathrooms and walk back.
Yeah, you got to go down the hall.
You have to go to the PD. The ones right here are, they're not working.
They're flooding the area. Well, I don't think they're quite flooding. It's the scariest moment in your life when you're at somebody's house.
Yeah.
She could do it. She's smart, kind-hearted. I think she could do it. But
I know. I know, I know. I changed yeah. Yeah, it is. Yeah. I wanna cut it loose.
Really, I'm not, you're fine, you see that, I got no control.
Look at it. Look.
Yes, yes, yes.
I'm like, oh my God.
What are you eating, Area? A Snickers? I held off as long as I could. I stole it from. Do you have any more
Yeah, you
Heath
do.
bars? Or your mother? What do you have? Heath. Do you have a Heath bar? I don't know. Yeah, that's okay. I don't know. Here's one, I'm gonna swipe it. Is that okay? You don't want? Thank you. Did you send David a list of things you were concerned with? These were my questions for today, but some issues first. I think you would tell me how bad it is.
Oh, no, she couldn't do county records.
Oh, that's for future board meeting. Yeah, well, he had said that some concerns, there are a few. I just tried to write down everything I've been thinking. Oh, for a long time. I don't think we asked them if they work a monthly fee or if they have like a retainer. We forgot to ask them. I'm sure. It might be something in there about that. Might be.
Bear in mind, I had to take college algebra twice. Passed it both times. No, I had to take high school algebra. And I became superintendent, right? I mean, budget wasn't big, but it was $5 million. I was able to manage it.
I took it out for one time, and y'all, I really do believe sometimes it's the teacher. Let's say this, cause this lady had me, the padlock, the dog around that would start doing that, yeah. I was like, oh, she called my name, and I turned up and had a real red. I was so happy then, I took it by another teacher the next year, and they did. Now, I don't know if that's because I had a double coding of instructions, but I think that's the first time. But she was also the teacher that taught on all the high level stuff, tree and stuff like that. Yeah, she could really relate to those kids. I should have that in her class. I need to remember that.
You having a 5-minute break? I probably should get up and walk. You might get stiff.
Shit, I'd be in third grade, and then what's the difference between 6 and 8? Well, that's what, 8's this way and 6 is. That's the truth.
What?
Yeah, we're ready. That's the honest to God's truth.
Harriet.
That's the honest God's truth. I was pitiful.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Okay, good afternoon. Well, y'all win the prize of having the most representatives from the law firm.
We have some more people at the office. We generally try not to outnumber the board.
I want to thank y'all for coming on a Friday afternoon. I've told all the firms that were represented today that back in the early 80s, I worked for a law firm, and the lawyers never worked half a day on Friday. And sometimes they didn't come in at all. But of course, we know that that's not the case with y'all. But we do appreciate it. I'm David Corder. I'm the chairman of the Bamberg County School District. And the reason I say Bamberg County is this morning I slipped up and said Barnwell first thing, and then
I wonder why that happened.
I got called out on it.
We were paying attention.
I'm sure that Ms. Furr sort of briefed y'all on how we're doing this. We're having the presenters do 15 minutes of your presentation, and then we're going to give the board members 15 minutes to ask any questions that they may want to ask. If you do a really good job in your presentation, we may not have any questions. That could certainly be the case. But anyway, thank y'all for being here, and y'all can proceed.
I'm Bernie Williams, from Mahoney and Williams, and we're going to start. I don't know that we'll take the whole
full 15 minutes in our remarks. We understand you guys have been here since 9 o'clock this morning.
We have.
And it's Friday, and we don't want y'all mad at us. Your plans are, but we'd like to start just, first of all, we appreciate the opportunity to be here and to present to you. And we'd like to start just kind of like going down the line and introducing ourselves individually and letting you know a little bit about ourselves. I recognize a lot of y'all's faces from my school board conferences and that kind of stuff, where I used to get to introduce our firm, and I tell you about these guys, but now you get to hear what they think of themselves. So we'll start with Connie and go down the line.
Good afternoon. My name is Connie Jackson. I've been at Halligan, Mahoney, and Williams for 25 years now. It's been a good ride. Public school system has changed a lot since when I was in school. I was educated in Sumter, South Carolina. It used to be Sumter 2. Now they're consolidated, and Sumter 2 and 17 are together. But I did graduate from Sumter 2. It was Hillcrest back in the day. In 1987, I went on to USC to attend for my undergraduate degree and got a BA in political science. And then I followed that up at law school at USC again, so I'm a huge Gamecock fan. Yes. And then I clerked for Chief Justice Ernest Finney when I got out of law school, and like I said, I've been with the firm since 2001. I do a little bit of everything, mostly personnel, board work. I try a little bit of special ed when it gets too complicated. If I see a due process hearing, I forward that to Bernie. Student discipline as well, and we also handle litigation, so every now and again I do my hand at litigation as well.
I'm Dwayne Mazik. I've been at the firm 15 years. I started out at another firm where I used to represent teachers for the South Carolina Education Association. I've been to the firm, again, 15 years. I'm married. My wife is a middle school principal in Blythewood. I have one son. He's a trader. I went to Carolina for my undergrad, grad school, and my law degree. My son is a sophomore at Clemson.
We always want better for our children.
You have my sympathy.
Hey, now.
We still love them. Sometimes I send a tuition check up just a little bit short. But I do a lot as well. I do a lot of litigation. I don't do as much personnel as Connie. If it gets a little complicated in personnel, I'm going to Connie's office. If it gets difficult litigation, Connie's coming to mine. I do a lot of litigation, a lot of student discipline. And thank y'all for having us.
I'm Tom Barlow. I've been with the firm. Actually, I'm a classmate of Ernie and Connie. The three of us were all class of '95. Connie might not look it, but Bernie and I are starting to.
You're supposed to give it time to look shocked. You've been able to practice law for 30 years, no way.
So we've all been practicing for 30 years, probably about, 20, 25 together.
Yeah.
We know each other pretty well. And he could probably tell you everything I'm about to say, or if he couldn't, Connie could. I went to Carolina as well, but I went to the other Carolina. I went to the Blue Carolina for undergrad, and I went to South Carolina Law School. That's where we all met. My wife is a Tar Heel as well, and she still corrects people in South Carolina when they say Carolina. I don't do that anymore. She's a retired school nurse. I have two kids. One of them is a lawyer who just got married to a lawyer recently, so I'm the third best lawyer in my family at this point. But like these folks, I do a lot of litigation as well. I do court stuff and everything related to that, as well as going to board meetings and dealing with personnel, student matters. I think we all do a good bit of that. And I drive through here on my way to Hampton a whole lot. I'm kind of primary at Hampton, so I know 321 and how to get here pretty well. So it's been a good practice, and we all get along together. We all collaborate when we need to, and it's just been a nice place to work and great to work with good clients that want to do the right thing, and we're all public school people. So appreciate you having us.
And I grew up in Charleston, South Carolina. I think I left that out.
He disguises his Charleston accent. So he has to tell you he's from Charleston.
Well, I can't disguise my accent.
Jersey?
All right, well, you gave it away. My name is Susan Fittipaldi. I am originally from New Jersey, but I also come from a big public education family with teachers, and my sister is an administrator at a Catholic school up in New Jersey still. But a big advocate of public education. Both my children attended Richland School District 1 schools, and then are both at the University of South Carolina. One graduated last year, and that's great, and one who's a junior. So happy to have them nearby in Columbia. I'm sort of the baby of the firm, but I too graduated law school in 1995. And I say I'm the baby, other than one younger associate. I've been with the firm only about 7 years. And prior to that, Dwayne and I worked together doing work on the other side, working with teachers, representing them as members of the South Carolina Education Association. So I've seen both sides, and I'm happy to be where I am now, supporting the school districts and doing a big variety of kind of legal work. Everything from advising HR offices on FMLA and ADA, and then on the front end, EEOC charges and Office of Civil Rights complaints. And then on the other side, when the district is being sued, we often will come in and assist on that basis as well. And it's a great team at the firm. I will say, as Connie and others have said, some people specialize a little bit more in one particular area. And if we get a case that involves that area, we can go to them. And we all kind of work together really well, covering really everything that you're going to face in terms of a legal issue. So it's a great place to work, and you can kind of tell from the faces here, they're fun to work with, but also just an amazing amount of experience, and pretty smart too, I'd say. Smart crew.
If you might say that humbly, right? And I've been with the firm since 1997. Graduated from law school, as they said, in 95. My first job out of law school was as a prosecutor. And so for years when we had these kind of presentations, I would always get introduced as someone with a criminal background. So I had to explain to them, okay, now when they say criminal background, they're not talking about arrest or conviction. What they mean is, and then before that I went to, they had picked up, we had our little Clemson in South Carolina banter. I went to undergrad at Clemson. And in fact, Connie doesn't like to disclose this, but Connie and I actually met at Clemson when we were in high school. So we've known each other since like 1985. And despite that fact, we still like each other and still get along to work together, even though she made a different choice for college when she had the opportunity to go to Clemson, but we won't hold that against her. And I practice in a lot of the areas that have already been mentioned here: student discipline, special ed, litigation, personnel, board superintendent relationships, all those kinds of things. My wife is a retired educator. She, after 31 years of public school teaching, she decided that she'd had enough, and I agree with her. Trying to be a supportive husband among other roles that I play. We have 3 sons who all graduated from Richland too, from Blackwood High School, who are fortunately out of the home now. So we are empty nesters, and we're not mad about that. But again, we obviously enjoy what we do. We enjoy working with each other. We have no issues going next door and saying, "Hey, I've got this situation. What do you think?" And kind of, sort of working in that way. We all get along well. Again, we're happy to respond to any questions that y'all have.
Wait a minute, you left out an important detail about 2 of your sons.
Yeah, where did your sons go to school? I'm not sure what details you need. Okay, I have 2 sons. One that graduated from South Carolina. His twin brother, who's, how can I say this politely, taking a little bit more leisurely path towards his degree. Right. So is that okay, Doug?
That's fine. All right. Just want to be transparent.
Full transparency. They're still Clemson fans, but they.
Okay.
That took 15 minutes.
Well, no, board members, do y'all have any questions for these colleagues over here?
Well, what percentage of your business would be related to education?
I would say beyond 90.
Beyond 90.
Yeah. That's the majority of what we do pretty much every day.
So you represent how many schools in the state? Do you have an idea?
We would say probably half of the districts of the state in some capacity.
Do what?
In some capacity. We work with large school districts who may have in-house counsel. So they sometimes will have an issue and they may call on us to assist. That's the Greenville, the Richland 1, Richland 2, Horry, Dorchester too. We represent small districts like Allendale, McCormick, Barnwell next door, Calhoun. We represent larger districts as well. So we run the gamut. It doesn't matter. Everyone's problems are important problems. So if somebody is calling us, they get due attention because we know it's important to you if you reached out to us. So we make sure that someone is available. We're pretty much available 24 hours a day via email. Our cell phone numbers are readily available, and we answer the call. If somebody is unavailable, maybe at a board meeting, we'll get a text and say, hey, can you call such and such district? So it doesn't really matter, what time or, what the problem is. We want you to know that once you turn it over to us, we'll take care of it and give you good legal advice for it.
So would one attorney be assigned to this district?
We usually have maybe one spokesperson that you could reach out to,
Yeah.
but because we specialize in different areas, you may have an area that requires a specialty of special ed. So we have 3 or 4 attorneys that specialize in special ed.
Or you don't wanna call one person like me, and I'm in court, and you have to wait 3 days
Right.
before I get out, so we all take a little for each other.
It's one of the benefits, I don't know, it's in the written show, I don't know, we said we have 12 attorneys, and so, part of that thought process is we want to make sure that whatever's going on, someone is available. And so literally every time I'm tied up, someone will call me and I will shoot an email or a text to somebody here, say, hey, can you guys call so-and-so back, I'm in a meeting, that kind of thing, we want to be responsive to.
All right, so if Mr. Ulmer has a immediate problem, depending on what the problem is, would dictate which attorney he would call?
Well, potentially. We may appoint one person that works well with the district. So he may call, say if he calls me, but I know it is some kind of Department of Labor issue. So I'm gonna ask Tom, because he does a lot of the, those kinds of issues. So it may start with one person, because we want you to be comfortable so that it's been responded to. We don't want you to have to look at the list and say, oh, which one of these 12 do we need to call?
Right.
So we definitely want to have at least one person,
Yeah.
but sometimes that may be 2, just in case you can't find one, you can at least find the others and back up.
But it's our job to quickly get him to the right person.
Yes.
And it might not be the person he's calling, but we're always available for each other to reach out and say, hey, can you handle this?
Thank you.
One of the reasons we bring more than a couple people down here is so you have some names and faces. When you need us.
Thank you.
Yeah, one example, I remember recently, I think another attorney in the firm mostly did the work with the board, but she was tied up with something, and so they had some pressing matter. They were in a board meeting, and they just patched me in. I was on speakerphone, giving them advice, kind of, in real time, because they needed that.
No, I literally this afternoon, I don't read into anything about whether or not I was participating in an IP meeting because I was driving here, so let's put that to the side. But let's just say the meeting was supposed to end at 3 for purposes of being here, and it was not ending at 3, so I texted one of my partners and said, hey, can you tag, it was a virtual meeting, obviously, can you tag into this meeting, and he covered me. So, we help each other out in those ways when things like that come up.
I have to ask this because I've asked everybody else. Do y'all deal with immigration issues for national teachers?
No, there are 2 areas that we really don't specialize in. Immigration is one of those, and bond work.
Okay. Thank you.
We have some people we refer to, but
Yes.
we typically don't do that.
Right, okay.
So we do know the process,
Yeah.
what needs to happen.
Yes.
We know that, but as far as doing the paperwork for that person to get.
Yes.
we don't get involved.
I understand completely.
And I think we've sort of negotiated contracts with some of the people that provide teachers and done some of that kind of work with them. Worked out some disputes as far as this, not the actual process of getting people sponsored and bringing them to the country.
But we do represent the interests of the board as it relates to the immigration.
Right. Any other questions?
Don't take it easy on us, we were the last group.
I don't know if they're exhausted or did y'all do a good job?
9 o'clock, you think?
No, their proposal is pretty detailed.
Yeah.
They have a lot of stuff.
Well, I'm gonna give the board disclosure, and I know that y'all know this, maybe you don't know it, but I was superintendent over in Blackville for a little bit. And they were the firm that we used, and I know from personal experience, and Connie was our assigned attorney.
We're sorry about that.
Yeah. There were several times, I was too. But I know that if, I always would text her prior to, can I call you? Or will you call me? And she would respond to the text, I'm doing something, but I will call you back. And I did get an answer very, very quickly. And I was very comfortable talking with Connie about issues that we had at the school district, and she was very, very helpful. One of the things I learned from Connie Moore, what does your policy say? And I've always gone by that to where when I would call her, I would say, Connie, the policy says.
You're a quick learner.
Yes. And I think Tom actually helped negotiate a contract or a contract dispute with a vendor that we had over there. So I know, from personal experience that they do have a lot of experience and they do a good job. I was quite satisfied with them as superintendent, and I know that the board in Blackville was quite satisfied with them as well, because we did keep them for several years. And I just wanted to let y'all know that. However, that should bear no rating on what you think when you rate these folks. Are there any other questions?
I have a question. I don't know if you're allowed to respond to this. We have a policy that says that school board members are not allowed to do anything for any child that might presume to have an effect on their educational status. I'm not saying it correctly exactly, but and it's a law apparently. And I just want to know, like in other words, no, you cannot put up a bulletin board for a teacher. No, you can't go tutor a child. No, somebody wants to start a reading program for slow readers. Sorry, none of you can volunteer. That's how we have been taught. I'm wondering if you could please, do you agree with that or what?
I've not heard that in terms of being able to, for example, I know districts where school board members will go and like there are certain theme days like reading to the classes and that kind of thing. I've not heard where that was not allowed.
There is a policy, and it's adopted by most school boards. It was issued by the School Board Association as a model policy, and I think a lot of school boards in the state have adopted. But it's basically one of those policies that has to do with the servant-master relationship, that school board members, sort of refrain from, just popping up in a school, without the administration knowing.
And typically the process by notifying the superintendent, the principal, and that's
right. And there's, I think, maybe some language in there, and I think the School Board Association, some of the presentations have not exactly forbidden, but have discouraged maybe school board members from getting too involved, like monitoring standardized tests, doing those kind of things.
Yeah, I think sometimes you run with I think the fear is, and I'm going to put out, say a dirty word the school board members hate to hear, but the concept of micromanaging.
Exactly.
So what initially started as an observation became you're telling the teacher how to teach, or the principal how to principal, if that's a correct usage of that term. So I think maybe sometimes that's what the concern is. But there's nothing that says you can't. In fact, there's a state section regarding school board members that encourages you to visit schools, but you just make sure you're following the appropriate
right,
process.
but I'm talking about a teacher specifically asked me to come and read with a young child who was doing very poorly, and I did. Later, I was told I should not have done that. I was not allowed to do that. It could be perceived as giving her an unusual or an extra advantage. And,
And sometimes it's because they want the board to be unbiased. So, you know, when things come before you as much as possible, particularly in a small town where you know everybody, you go to church with everybody, you know, we try to keep you're the quasi-judicial, you know, body that everyone gets to agree to. So in that way, you know, if something happened, would you remain unbiased if that teacher was in trouble and before you? And you might think, well, no, that was a wonderful teacher, this is what she did, which may not have any bearing on whatever happened, but you may have that personal experience. So sometimes that keeps you from being unbiased.
So really what you're saying is I could be sitting there reading with her and not paying attention and something bad could happen. And they're concerned that I'm going to report on that where I'm trying to read with this child.
Yeah.
That's really, okay, I have another question. I'll just step into it further, why not? Especially for members of a school board who are relatively new, could you please sort of give me some suggestions on how you would help them in a superintendent search, please?
And we typically don't do, I mean, there are firms that handle superintendent searches. We typically are not involved in that.
So
we come in sort of on the back end as far as negotiating contracts and helping prepare statements, that kind of thing. But doing the actual search itself is not something that our firm does.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
And how about superintendent evaluation forms?
That we do. Connie is a guru with superintendent.
Okay, Ms. Connie, how, I mean, if.
In generally that is what's attached to his or her contract.
Yeah,
It
but-
generally says the board and the superintendent will meet together and come up and agree on an instrument.
Right, we want to know how you're going to advise us to come up with that instrument.
Usually we let the superintendent propose the instrument,
Okay.
and then we're able to answer questions about that particular instrument and make sure that you're comfortable with it. You know, you might look at it and say, I don't like the rating system, and you might want to know more. So we can educate you about different rating systems.
Okay, but you wouldn't really propose, here, why don't you use this one?
We might give you some
Give some samples,
samples
sure.
if you ask for
Samples.
samples. If the superintendent said, hey, I need some sample to present to the board, we would be able to provide you some of those samples. And we also help conduct some of those. Some people do telephone interviews. We were able to do the telephone interviews. We'll come in and we'll summarize it for you. Some people want to, in person, just sit around the table and start talking about their feelings. So we also help you compile those thoughts, come up with that median thought so that when the superintendent comes in, that we're able to present what the majority of the board felt about the superintendent's evaluation that year.
Because you want to be sure that the goals that you set with the superintendent lies in that instrument that
Right.
you're evaluating him or her on.
Right.
And that the superintendent's on board with what the goals are. You know, one of the advantages of representing a number of districts as well is not everybody does it the same.
Right.
So we can present options.
It's not a one size fits all.
That's right.
We can present you with a variety of potential instruments.
Right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions?
Nobody?
All right, before y'all leave, though, I've got to share this with everybody I know.
You're not gonna tell a story, I think.
Yes, I am. Connie and Bernie and I go back 10 years. I think it was in 2016. I think it was probably March 26th. I was a finalist, or March 27th. I was a finalist for the Blackville superintendent. Of course, they had the big school board meeting, and it was, of course, in the cafeteria. And I was not planning to come to the meeting, but I did ride by just to see what was going on. And all the district office staff was out there, and they said, "Oh, come on in, come on in." And I said, "Well, what's going on?" They said, "Well, the board's in executive session." And so I said, "Okay." And I said, I don't really want to stay. "Oh, come on, it's going to be all right, it's going to be all right." So I'm sitting back there, and I'm sort of a little nervous. You know, I'm the only finalist there. And so, you know, you see the board come out. They come out to their table. And then you see the attorneys come out, and they got their cell phones. And I went, man, I didn't get this job. So they go back into a little side room. Man, this is not good. And so all of a sudden, here comes Connie. She comes walking out, and she says, "Are you David Corder?" And I said, "Yes." And she said, "Can you come back here with her?" I thought, "Oh my God, I've got this job." Walked in there and she introduced herself, and Bernie introduced himself, and she said, "I just wanted to tell you, the board's wanted you to know that you didn't get the job." And Bernie's going over there and goes, "But it was really close." I'm sitting there, wow. And the only thing I said, "Well, can you tell me who did?" And she said, "Nope, you're gonna have to go out there with a poker face, and they're gonna make a motion, and they're gonna vote on it." And I said, "Okay." And I thought, where is the back door to this doggone building? But I did. I took it for the team, sat down there. But I just love that story. I love it. Thank you guys for coming. I really appreciate it. And I'm sure so do the other board members. And board members, we're almost 15 minutes ahead of schedule.
Thank you very much.
It was a pleasure to have you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate all your help. Hello. Thank you.
Thank you for coming. Thank you for coming. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you for coming. Thank you. Nice to meet you. Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you. You too.
All right, board members, before we adjourn, who is going to the what is that thing called? Yeah, the
Right, it's on boot camp.
Yeah, on the 31st and the 1st. So who's going?
Do what
Okay,
now?
all right, so
What is this? It's something that the State Department and the
it's
ladies
something
coming
the
to
State
talk
Department is doing at in Columbia. It's working with board members about budget preparation. Okay?
What's the date?
It's 2 weeks, the 31st and the 1st.
Yeah,
Who's going on the first?
I'm going on the 1st. I think all of us are going on
I think
the
we
1st.
could all ride together.
Okay, the reason I was asking that is we'll need to do a travel voucher, I guess, after the fact. So Jessica, if you could help us with that, and then I guess we just sign off on it, instead of, usually you get your per diem before a meeting, but this, we registered on that thing ourselves, and so we really didn't go through the office.
Well,
You're going to,
actually, we
Jen?
can't ride together.
All right,
Don't you wanna drive us in a van?
I think I'm gonna be able to
Take
go.
all of us in a van?
Well, all of us can't go together. There would be 5 of us.
No.
Oh, for real? In that too, huh? Okay.
And who
I thought
knows,
we'd been
and
fine.
there's no telling where
Well,
I'll
if we
end up after the
videoed, if we
meeting.
videoed, Kathy,
We all might end up.
if we
Yeah, I know.
videoed a ride.
Well, anyway, I'll drive if somebody wants to ride.
All right.
And somebody help me navigate.
It's easy.
Well, it's at the farmer's market, so all you have to do, you know where the farmer's market is.
I do.
They say you go into the gate
You go up 321 and just turn right.
and they
You
say
wanna
it's
ride
in the
with
back.
Yeah, I will.
It's in the back. I'm sure you won't be able to miss it.
It's huge. The building is huge and the parking lot is gigantic.
Yeah. Okay, good.
What about Day at the Capitol? Anybody going to that?
No.
No,
I'm
I'm
down
not
to
going
that
to
one.
That was good last year. I haven't signed.
Tanya, you going?
I haven't looked that far, but I'll look at it.
Check it out.
But you
Okay.
have to pay a lot of money. Wait, there's another thing. Is anybody riding in the Dogwood Festival Parade on April 1st? Or April 5th or 4th?
Adrian was talking about doing it. I think Adrian might be.
I'm not gonna be.
I've got a
I
wedding.
know you're in it already. Okay.
Also, remember, so you don't get fined, March 30th, we got to file our statement of economic interest,
Right.
I did that.
By
because
March 30th. Yeah.
by March 30th.
It's sort of you just repeat what you did.
I thought I did that a long time ago.
Tony, if you decide to go to the Capitol, you just let me know.
So don't forget that. I don't want anybody getting fined, because they sure love to get me.
Thank you for reminding us.
All right.
Please don't forget to leave your score sheets, and if you want us to shred the RFPs, just leave them before you sit.
All right, thank you. Thank y'all again, Denny and Jessica and Ricky and Devon for looking after us and doing this. I think this was very productive. I will now entertain a motion to adjourn.
Gentlemen, Sir Chairman, Mr. Chairman, I would like to move that we adjourn this meeting at this
Okay,
time.
thank you. We have a motion by Ms. Hurst.
Second.
Have a second from Ms. Kathy. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. And y'all have a good weekend.
So
It's-
what do we do with
It is.
these